Chapter 35. Now is indeed not a good time to travel around the ninja world. It's true that the Shinobi War has been over for more than a year, but the impact of the war is indeed far-reaching and lasting. Putting aside all kinds of dirty tricks between countries, just the various kinds of troubles among the people were enough to annoy people to no end. There were countless bandit lairs of various sizes scattered around the borders of large countries and small countries. Nangongja carefully observed Mashiro, who was standing in front of him, and found that this girl didn't have any traces of cultivation. In other words, she has no ability to protect herself. Such a silly-looking girl. He didn't know what kind of parents let her carry out such a dangerous plan. So, Shinjo-san, where's our first stop? Nangongja didn't want to ask what Mashiro's parents were thinking, because ninjas and their employers generally don't have too much contact with each other. Nangongja has seen more than once that the target of the assassination was his former employer. Ninjas don't need to trust each other, because the next time they meet, their employer's weapon will be on their body. Oh, when Mashiro heard Nangongja's question, she suddenly seemed to be stumped and fell into contemplation. So, this girl didn't even decide on the destination, but she already gave him an A-level mission that costs so much money. Nangongja's state of the moment was simply Spartan. Nangongja has been a ninja for so long, but this is the first time he encountered such an employer with an unknown purpose. You first pack my things. The girl thought for a long time and finally gave an order. Nangongja was confused. So, this wasn't a delivery mission, but a babysitting mission? Moreover, Nangongja was very embarrassed at the moment, because after Mashiro climbed out of the pile of clothes, there were a lot of women's underwear, including Mashiro, who was only wearing a loose t-shirt. As for the inside, Nangongja didn't see anything. As if she felt Nangongja's gaze, Mashiro looked at Nangongja. What's wrong? Are you curious about this place? Mashiro immediately prepared to lift the hem of her t-shirt to let Nangongja see clearly. No, not at all. Nangongja hurriedly pulled Mashiro's hand, not letting her lift her clothes. The bold and unrestrained Mashiro, who had clearly wanted to take off her clothes just a moment ago, had her hand grabbed by Seiji, and her face instantly turned red. The flustered Nangongja naturally didn't see this scene. At this moment, he was only hurriedly looking for a suitcase and folding all sorts of girls' clothes in it. What's your name? Seeing Nangongja's busy figure, Mashiro suddenly asked. Me? I'm with Leaf Jonin. My name is Nangongja. Nangongja casually replied. Gong gong. Why don't you call yourself a eunuch? Nangongja ridiculed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. You can call me Nangongjun or Jajun, or just Nangongja. Don't you think it's not good to call me Gong Gong? Okay, Gong Gong. I say, are you listening to anyone at all? No problem, Gong Gong. Nangongja was immediately driven mad. He compromised as well. This girl is really like a nemesis. She doesn't listen to people at all. Suddenly, Nangongja felt a shadow above him, and it fell into his hand. T-shirt? This color? This pattern? This temperature? Can't be. Nangongja turned around. Sure enough, Mashiro was standing behind Nangongja completely naked. One must know that even if it was his sister, Nangongja had never seen her naked. Now, he actually saw it in this kind of situation. This is really lucky. Oh no, unlucky. Jun. Mashiro, what are you doing? Taking a shower? Do you need to wear clothes when taking a shower? Mashiro answered Nangongja's question with an innocent face. But at this moment, Mashiro was completely exposed in Nangongja's eyes. Yes, that's right. There was no holy light, no smoke, and no mosaic. So, Nangongja unfortunately fainted. Perhaps it was because this scene was too exciting for a pure and innocent young man. When Nangongja woke up again, it was already dusk. He was lying on a soft bed, and when he turned his head, he saw Mashiro lying on the side of the bed, asleep. The sun shone through the window, bringing warmth and gentleness, and sprinkled on Mashiro's long blonde hair. Nangongja was stunned for a moment. However, he couldn't help but think of his own sister, Nangongro. Nangongja had taken care of his sister for so long, and his sister's obedience and quirkiness were things that Nangongja liked. There was no doubt about that. However, if there were other things mixed in, then the impact on Xianxia would be too great. Are you crying? Mishiro opened her eyes and saw that there were 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks as she asked. Xianxia touched his face and found that there were indeed a few strands of tears. I recently encountered some things that I should face, but I can't do it. That's why I accepted this mission with a long time limit. I want to calm my heart. Xianxia didn't know why, but when faced with the question of her real name, she really said it out loud. Perhaps this was the magical power of this young girl. She could make people who had a lot on their mind let down their guard and start talking. Unhappy? Why would you be unhappy? Mishiro blinked her eyes. Mishiro feels that everyone should be happy. When your heart is beating, when your breath is continuing, when your eyes can see colors, when your nose can smell fragrance, when your mouth can taste, when your ears can hear every note. At this time, people should be happy. Because you are still alive, all the temporary unhappiness will be washed away by the state of being alive. As long as you are alive, you should feel happy. Mishiro, Xianxia looked at the young girl, and at this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xianxia actually couldn't find anything wrong with what this young girl, who he had only known for half a day, said. The world was originally fine, but people worried about nothing. Since his memories were sealed, it meant that there were some things that others didn't want him to know. Although he didn't know if the seal was related to his sister and grandfather, how could his sister's feelings be fake? Why did he have to think so much? He was torturing himself and his sister. Xianxia's mood at this moment was a lot better, and a smile appeared on his face. Gong, you look good when you smile. Chapter 36. Looking at the sky full of sand, Xianxia lifted the scarf on his face. He turned his head and looked at Mishiro with a bitter face. How is it? The legendary land of wind. Is it the scene of the Gobi Desert? Xianxia's voice at the moment can be said to be incomparably joking. When Mishiro suddenly proposed to come to the land of wind, Xianxia knew that it was definitely not good. Most of the land of wind is covered by desert, and only a small area has an oasis. However, even the vicinity of the oasis was not so safe, because they still had to face the constant assault of the sandstorm. Back then, when Xianxia fought here, he had suffered enough. The sand ninjas are very familiar with the sandstorm, and their defense is very adequate. Many times, the sand ninjas will start to attack the wood leaf camp during the sandstorm. Originally, the wood leaf ninjas were slightly better, but how can the wood leaf ninjas who can't open their eyes fight against the sand ninjas? Moreover, many of the wood leaf ninjas were directly swept away by the sandstorm. The scene of the sandstorm covering the sky, in Xianxia's eyes, even the most powerful ninjutsu, is not a match for it. But from the wood leaf ninjas who are stationed at the border, sometimes there is a more terrible sandstorm in the hinterland of the land of wind. It is said that when the sandstorm passes through, a huge sand mountain will be piled up, and a large layer of the land will be directly shaved off. Therefore, the sand ninjas rely on a huge defensive barrier and a high wall to block the sandstorm. Cough. Mishiro just wanted to speak, but a gust of wind poured sand into her mouth. Bah, how'd I know it would be like this? How long will it take to reach the oasis? Now. Xianxia looked at the surrounding environment and the sun covered by the sandstorm. If we hurry, maybe we can reach Kikyo City before sunset. It's a big city where the fire country and the wind country trade. The surrounding scenery is also unique to the wind country. Are you trying to persuade me to hurry up and go somewhere else? When Mishiro heard Xianxia's words, she was instantly unhappy. Her eyes were wide open and her lips were curled up as if she was about to hang an oil bottle. Xianxia looked at Mishiro and walked to Mishiro. Reaching out his hand, he patted the sand on Mishiro's hair and said, "Look at you now. Do you look like someone who can bear the hardships of the wind country? Moreover, the desert terrain is changeable, and there are often sandstorms. Not to mention us, even the sand ninjas would get lost if they stayed in the desert for too long. I am a ninja you hired to protect you. I am responsible for your safety." Looking at Xianxia's serious look, Mishiro suddenly stopped talking. She just turned her head to the side and muttered, "Gong Gong is so stingy. What kind of hearing does Nangongja have?" Of course, he heard the muttering, but he didn't care. He smiled and put his large cloak on Mashiro's body. "I asked you to pick a coat with a hat, but you said it was too hot. Now you look like you're covered in dust. I gave you my coat, but don't go to Kikyo City. If people see you, they will think that I dug you out from the soil." Humph! Mashiro turned around and looked at Nangongja and said, "Who can dig out such a cute little girl from the soil?" "You said you were cute?" Nangongja looked at Mashiro and was speechless. After reaching the desert, the wind was very strong and there was a lack of water. Therefore, both of them had an unnatural redness on their faces, and all kinds of dead skin appeared. In addition, Nangongja just threw his coat on Mashiro's body, and there were a lot of numbers. Mashiro now looked like a big dumpling. It was hard to associate him with cute and cute. Mashiro looked at Nangongja's expression and then looked at his own body. He walked forward and stepped on Nangongja's foot. Then he walked away. "What are you doing?" Nangongja cried out in pain. "Didn't you want us to leave quickly?" Mashiro said without turning his head. But what? Hurry up. You went the wrong way." Mashiro turned around and continued walking without any expression. Nangongja looked at Mashiro's direction and was speechless. "It's still the wrong way." Mashiro suddenly walked behind Nangongja and kicked Nangongja's butt. "Then why aren't you leading the way?" Mashiro roared. Okay, follow me." Nangongja could only get up from the sand and prepare to leave. However, Nangongja said, "So, Mashiro, you have no sense of direction?" Mashiro looked at Nangongja. No matter how he looked at this face, it was infuriating. Hence, he kicked Nangongja's face and said, "Go to hell, bastard." Nangongja never thought that there would be a day when he would be so open with someone. All along, Nangongja had been trying his best to maintain his image. He was polite and respectful to others, honest to his friends, responsible for his missions, and took care of his sister. However, there was never a time when Nangongja indulged himself like this. He let himself become so talkative, so thick-skinned, and so shameless. Nangongja didn't understand and didn't want to understand. In fact, everyone was like this. Sometimes, when we were facing others, we would unconsciously add a lot of requirements to ourselves. We have to be polite, serious, and respectful. Although this was good for a person's life, it often made people lose themselves easily. It made him wonder why he was always living with a mask on his face. But that wasn't the case. Every side of every person was their own. However, she should also find someone who could let her be free. Perhaps to Nangongja, Mashiro was such a person, even if the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time. Even if the two of them were just employees. Even if the two of them had been quarreling nonstop. This was a feeling that Nangongja had never experienced before. At this moment, Nangongja's body's internal energy was rotating a lot faster. Nangongja also felt a lot more comfortable. This kid has grown up. Li Yang muttered to himself when he noticed the changes in Nangongja's body. Inner strength could not only be strengthened through daily training and accumulation. At the same time, it also required a lot of mental strength. If a person's mind was clear, then the flow of his internal energy would become a lot smoother. This was the so-called state of mind. Without a good state of mind, no matter how much power one had, it was just a paper tiger that could be easily defeated. Chapter 37. Looking at the tall walls of Kikyo City, even the calm Nangongja couldn't help but relax a little. In fact, the distance between the Fire Country and Kikyo City wasn't that far, but Nangongja couldn't walk in a straight line. In a straight line, there were countless desert dangers such as quicksand, and there were no supply points. However, Nangongja was still fine. With his physical strength and endurance, he could endure it for a while. He didn't need to waste so much time. But Mashiro was different, although Mashiro's stamina was better than ordinary people. But compared to a ninja, it was still insufficient. After all, a ninja was a weapon that was trained to adapt to all kinds of harsh environments. It wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. How strong can a ninja's will to survive be? Nangongja saw with his own eyes that an enemy ninja was stabbed with no less than 10 bloody holes, and the blood flowing out was enough to dye the ground under his feet red. However, such an enemy was able to kill more than a dozen of Konoha's genin before dying of exhaustion. This was a ninja. Miyagi is this Kikyo city. Mashiro followed and saw the magnificent city in front of him. He sighed and interrupted Nangongja's thoughts. It's so big. In the Fire Country, except for some magnificent cities in the capital, there weren't any big cities in other towns. It was the same in other countries, because in this era, the ninjas were the main means of invasion, and they couldn't be stopped by ordinary walls. And the high walls that could stop the ninjas and chakra were expensive to build, so most of the places didn't have such walls. This Kikyo city was originally jointly funded by the Fire Country and the Wind Country, and the two countries had an agreement that they wouldn't start a war in this city. Nangongja looked at the majestic city and sighed. But every time the Fire Country and the Wind Country went to war, this place would become a huge meat grinder. Because of its excellent defense against ninjas, it was almost a place that both sides would fight for, and it was used to store armaments. This is a meat grinder? Mashiro was surprised. That's right. Nangongja nodded and continued. Although I don't know the specifics of World War II, I was one of the first to join the Sand Ninjas in World War III. I have experienced the seesaw attack and defense here. Both sides suffered heavy losses in that battle. Wood Leaf lost at least 300 ninjas here, and the Sand Ninjas had more casualties because of the lack of medical ninjas. We can't get the exact data, but it's at least above 500. After hearing Nangongja's explanation, Mashiro fell silent. In fact, the two of them had also encountered bandits and robbers along the way. Mashiro had seen how Nangongja dealt with these people. Even though Nangongja tried his best to use the least bloody method, he still tried his best to avoid Mashiro. However, it was inevitable that Mashiro would bump into him a few times. Even to this day, Mashiro could still remember that scene clearly. However, those were just a few robbers. At most, there were 5 or 6 of them, and they could cause such a tragic scene. Not to mention that Nangongja said that there were nearly 800 or 900 people. And this is just the number of deaths. The number of injured will only increase. Well, seeing Mashiro's mood was a little low, Nangongja patted her head. These things are over, and there will be a day of peace and stability in the future. This is what we ninjas have always been thinking about. Well, Mashiro nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them walked to the gate of Kikyo City, handed over their ID, and entered the city. Looking at the bustling scene here, Mashiro's sadness seemed to be diluted a lot. Looking at Mashiro running around the streets, Nangongja finally smiled. In fact, before entering the city, Nangongja looked at Mashiro's expression. He already had some guesses. How old is Mashiro? But she can make the decision to travel to various countries like this. Nangongja believed that no matter what kind of parents they are, they wouldn't allow their child to do such a thing without the ability to protect themselves. Even when they set off, no one came to see them off. This can only prove that Mashiro's parents may not be alive. And what is the most likely reason for the death of a ninja's parents? War. So Mashiro wasn't just sad about the death of so many people, but more likely, she was sad about the death of her family. Of course, all of this is Nangongja's guess, and it can't be confirmed. But it also made Nangongja's heart more sympathetic. His experience of surviving in Wood Leaf small town was still vivid in his mind. How difficult it is for a child without power to survive in such a chaotic world. Nangong and his sister did it. Mashiro also did it. The hardships they went through are not worth mentioning. The two strolled around for a while, and then hurriedly went to find a hotel to stay. Even though the security in Kikyo City was excellent, it was still very dangerous. But Nangongja, as a hired ninja who has to protect Mashiro, still has to keep watch for Mashiro. Ninjas can quickly enter a deep sleep, and in a deep sleep for 30 to 40 minutes. They can even go without sleep for a week under special circumstances. So, Nangongja will keep watch for Mashiro every night. The moon was especially bright that night. There was not a single cloud in the thousands of miles of sky. Only the bright moonlight and a little bit of starlight dotted the black curtain of the night sky. The Two's Hotel is not far from the downtown area, and they can see the bright lights outside when they open the window. Mashiro brought an easel, a drawing board, and a lot of brushes and paints from her room. Slowly, she began to paint. At this moment, Mashiro seemed especially pious and holy. It was as if what she was facing was not just a drawing board, but the whole bright world. Her eyes were shining brightly. If a comparison had to be made, the current Mashiro was like Xianxia when he was obsessed with swordsmanship. A light breeze blew, bringing a bit of coolness to Xianxia, dispersing the scorching heat of the desert. Xianxia unknowingly fell asleep on the roof opposite Mashiro. When Xianxia opened her eyes again, the east of the sky was already turning white. Xianxia scratched his head. Since the end of the war, his vigilance has decreased. He can actually do something that can make him fall asleep at night. But Xianxia also knows that he is only in a light sleep and will definitely react if there is any disturbance. But it is not good, so he secretly noted it down to warn himself. Looking down, Mashiro's drawing board from last night is still on the balcony. Curious, she jumped down to take a look. Chapter 38. Xianxia was a little surprised when he saw what was drawn on the painting. Xianxia felt that last night's moonlight, stars, and bustling streets were exceptionally beautiful. However, Mashiro had drawn the scene of last night with a heavenly aura. The dense smoke and fire were hidden behind the heavenly aura. It formed a different kind of beauty. What made Xianxia feel even more amused was that Mashiro seemed to have realized that he was keeping watch on the roof of the opposite house. She had actually drawn Xianxia in the painting. This girl, Xianxia, looked at Mashiro's vivid painting of him sleeping and shook his head. Interesting. He turned his head and looked at Mashiro, who was sprawled out in her sleep. Xianxia did not say anything and disappeared in a flash. When Mashiro woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. The blazing sun shone through the window onto Mashiro's body. This was a desert area. Even if it was the holidays, the air conditioning here was excellent. It wouldn't be of much use at noon. Mashiro could only moan under the unbearable heat and opened her sleepy eyes. After all, she had stayed up late to paint last night. Yo, you're awake. Mashiro had just woken up. Her consciousness was still blurry. When she heard someone greeting her, she subconsciously replied, "Morning." However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She was in a hotel, a single room. The voice that greeted her was a man. "Ah!" An earth-shattering scream rang out. Mashiro picked up the pillow under her and threw it at Xianxia, who was sitting under the bed. "Are you a pervert? You came to girl's room early in the morning. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?" To be honest, Xianxia had never thought that a girl's attack would be so powerful. He was a Jounin-level ninja, but he was actually beaten silly by a girl who had never trained before. Was she trying to beat an old driver to death with random punches? Something strange seemed to have sneaked in. Anyway, that was what it meant. Xianxia, who was chased out of the room, did not know what to say. Did I do something wrong? Actually, Xianxia went downstairs to buy breakfast and bring it over to Mashiro. However, Mashiro did not wake up. Xianxia went downstairs and asked for the room key. He was prepared to leave the breakfast and leave. But when she saw that Mashiro had woken up, she subconsciously greeted her. Then it was a tragedy. "Listen to me, Mashiro. I'm just here to deliver breakfast. I don't want anything else." Xianxia hastily explained. "What else do you want?" Another pillow was through. "I didn't mean that." You calm down. Breakfast is on the table." Xianxia thought for a while. Mashiro was angry now. Mashiro would not listen to anything he said. It would be better for him to leave first and let Janbai calm down so that he could explain himself. "Get lost!" Mashiro shouted in the room, and there was no more movement. Xianxia could only leave slowly. Mashiro looked at the breakfast on the table. She did not know why, but she blushed. "At least you have some snacks." Xianxia came out of the hotel. He did not know what to do and started to wander around. After all, Nangongja did not know much about the local customs other than coming here during the war. After all, the war had started. How many people could live and work in peace in the city? Just as Nangongja was wandering around, he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. A lot of people gathered together. "Hurry up and give me the money. This is our boss's territory." A person who was obviously a hoodlum was shouting at the boss of a shop. Nangongja took a look and whispered to the onlookers beside him to ask what was going on. "It seems like you're not a local." The onlookers looked at Nangongja as if they didn't know anything and said, "This is a protection fee. Although this Kikyo city is a border trade city jointly established by the Fire Country and the Wind Country, the two countries don't really care about it. Actually, the two countries don't think highly of merchants. The status of merchants is also very low. The finances of the big countries are mainly determined by the taxes collected from the farmers. Although the country also collects taxes from merchants, many big merchants are very resistant. The military power of the daimyo is not strong. The ninja villages all want the merchants to be rich. That way, they can get enough commission. The daimyo do not have enough power, and those who have enough power deliberately condone. This leads to all kinds of chaos in a market here, and even more commercial cities. That hoodlum is from a #1 gang in Kikyo City. This boss is being taught a lesson because he borrowed money from the loan sharks and owes them protection fees. In fact, Nangongja wasn't very sensitive to business or politics. However, after listening to the description of the bystanders, he felt that the current environment had reached a strange balance. Only by breaking this balance can the business and maybe other industries recover their vitality. Even Nangongja understood. How can the big people not understand? Although the meat eaters are despicable, it does not mean that they are brainless. There may be more secrets that Nangongja did not know. Just as Nangongja was listening to the people's analysis, the situation escalated. The hoodlum took out a knife and put it on the boss's neck. "Kid, if you can't pay, then think about what you can pay. If you can't pay, then you can pay with your cheap life." Just as the hoodlum was about to take out the knife, a hand grabbed his wrist. "Little brother, this is a bit too much." The person who grabbed the hoodlum's hand was naturally Nangongja. In fact, Nangongja did not want to help. If you borrowed money from a high-risk loan shark, then you should be prepared to be exploited. You only have yourself to blame. But it was a bit too much to take someone's life so easily. "Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business? Here, I am the law. I am the rule. This kid did not follow the rules, so he should be punished." The hoodlum looked at Nangongja, who grabbed his wrist. The huge strength made the hoodlum feel a little guilty. Although his words were still arrogant, he had restrained himself a lot. "Little brother, we are all here to make a living. Give me some face. This boss must know his mistake. As long as this shop is here, there will be a chance to pay back. It is not wise to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Isn't it demeaning to kill someone within 7 steps? Nangongja did not plan to make a move and spoke nicely to the hoodlum. But his sharp eyes were staring at the hoodlum, which made the hoodlum shiver. He could only put down the knife in his hand and run away. Chapter 39. To Nangongja, the dispute between the hooligan and the vendor was nothing more than a trivial matter. After all, it didn't involve ninjas. Nangongja started his stroll again under the complicated gazes of the onlookers. However, after walking around for a while, he still felt that there was nothing special about Kikyo City. After all, Kikyo City was a commercial city. They were mainly receiving merchants who were coming and going. The status of merchants in this era meant that the standard of living and the level of culture here was just average. He looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. "Well," Nangongja nodded, "Mashiro should have calmed down by now, right? Let's go back and see her." Nangongja was about to return to the hotel when he saw a shop selling octopus balls. Nangongja thought about it and decided to bring some food for Mashiro. After all, he only brought her breakfast. With Mashiro's character, she probably didn't even eat lunch. She should be starving now. Bringing some food could be considered as atonement and asking for forgiveness, right? With the steaming octopus balls, Xianxia quickly rushed to the rooftops on both sides of the street and moved quickly to the hotel he was staying in. When he reached Mashiro's room, he learned his lesson in the morning. Xianxia knocked on the door to make sure that Mashiro could receive him. "Mashiro, can I come in? I brought you delicious food." There was no movement in the room. Xianxia was a little nervous. "Mashiro?" There was still no movement. Xianxia knew that things might have changed, so he didn't go downstairs to open the door with the key. Then, he kicked the door open. The room was very messy, and there were obvious signs of a struggle. Kidnapping? Xianxia tried to suppress his excitement. Although he only spent a short time with Mashiro, Xianxia liked Mashiro's character and personality. How could such a person be treated in such a manner under his watch? Self-blame and anger intertwined and lingered in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia ran downstairs and stared straight at the hotel owner. This hotel wasn't a big one, and there was only one exit in front of the door. This proved that as long as the murderer was an ordinary person, there was an 80% chance that he or she went out from the door. Mashiro's room was messy enough to prove the murderer's strength. It was definitely not a ninja. Otherwise, the room wouldn't be in such a mess. "You, what do you want?" Xianxia's stare sent shivers down the owner's spine. Xianxia took out his Konoha shinobi headband from his arms. "Boss, you should know this, right?" Xianxia waved the forehead protector in his hand. "If you know this, you should know that I'm a wood-leaf ninja. The girl who stayed with me is my employer. Even if you haven't seen her before, you should be able to imagine what kind of methods a ninja will use to ensure the completion rate of their missions." After Xianxia finished speaking, he took out the black armor from his back. The sword stabbed into the side of the innkeeper's neck, forcing the innkeeper to lean against the wall. The boss was extremely nervous, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. A few large beads of sweat slid down the black sword, and when they slid down the blade, there was a trace of blood. This scene scared the boss even more. However, anyone who could survive in Kikyo City and even open a hotel had a certain level of quality. After the initial fear, the boss slowly came back to his senses. Xianxia wouldn't kill him just like that, because no matter how chaotic Kikyo City was, it was still a matter of a group of ordinary people. If a ninja with high combat power personally came to cause trouble, the two countries wouldn't just sit back and watch. The boss reached out his short and thick fingers and pressed on Xianxia's sword. "Ninja-sama, please listen to me." The innkeeper regained his composure and said calmly, "Of course I know who kidnapped the young lady. However, this group of people can be said to be unscrupulous in Kikyo City. If I tell you, how can I live in peace?" Xianxia was still a young man, and his heart was still kind and compassionate. After hearing the boss's words, he understood. The boss was innocent. He was stuck between himself and the culprit, and he didn't know what to do. "You tell me where the culprit went, and I'll take care of it. I won't let you have any worries." Xianxia was anxious to save the young lady, so he said, "Such a condition. I naturally believe in Ninja-sama's strength. I will have my servant take you to the hall of that group of people." The boss turned around and called for a servant who was cleaning the backyard. After giving the order, he asked the servant to bring Xianxia away. Looking at Xianxia's back, the boss's mouth almost reached his ears. That was the #1 gang in Kikyo City. Although such a colossal existence was strong, how could it be a match for an expert like Xianxia? The boss had seen many people, and he could tell a person's strength from their spirit. In the boss's eyes, Xianxia was probably as strong as an elite Chunin. Jinin could fight against 10 people. Chunin could fight against 100 people. Jonin could fight against 1,000 people. And Kagetir could laugh at 10,000 people. The people here were not ordinary people, but the most elite soldiers of each country. Xianxia could at least fight against 100 people, so this kind of gamble was worth it. Xianxia was quickly led by the servant to a large warehouse surrounded by lights. Xianxia knew this warehouse. It was where Woodleaf stored strategic materials. After the war between Woodleaf and the Sand, the things here were removed. It should be because of this that it fell into the hands of the so-called #1 gang in Kikyo City. This had an advantage because Nangongzhi was familiar with the terrain. Thus, many battles could be realized. How could Nangongzhi not want to fight his way in? That would be so satisfying. However, Mishiro was still in the hands of the other party. If something happened to him, then Mishiro's life would be in great danger. This was the most important point. Nangongzhi once listened to White Fang's orders and received guidance from White Fang. His assassination skills were also very solid. Facing such a group of people with low strength, he could handle it with ease. After making up his mind, Nangongzhi pulled out his black sword. He lowered his breath, making his breath very weak, and slowly approached the various guard points in the warehouse. This night, the sword light was dim, but it took many lives. Chapter 40. This warehouse was originally occupied by wood-leaf ninjas during the war with sand ninjas. Although Nangongzhi wasn't a ninja guarding this place, he was still a jonin. He knew some of the information that he should know. This warehouse was modified by wood-leaf ninjas. Nangongzhi didn't remember all of them, but he was very familiar with the key points. Ninjas were existences that walked in shadows. The so-called Shinobi World War was just a strategy to compete for benefits between countries. Letting a group of assassins fight head-on was something that they would only do if they had no other choice. After all, compared to ninjas, ordinary soldiers were really useless. Because of this, each country only kept a small number of guards to guard their houses and walls. The soldiers who were really used in the war had long been eliminated. As Nangongzhi continued to harvest the lives of the gang members, the distribution of the people in this stronghold was also a little clearer. Sure enough, Nangongzhi didn't expect it to happen. The gang leaders were now basically gathered in a secret room that was specially built to store important materials. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 holes, let alone a ninja. This secret room happened to be one of the few secret rooms that Nangongzhi knew about. Nangongzhi quickly cleaned up the gangsters guarding the warehouse. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Nangongzhi entered the secret passage and reached the end of the secret passage in 2 or 3 minutes. Nangongzhi didn't rush out. He leaned on the partition and listened to the conversation in the secret room. "Fourth brother, you're confused." An old voice sounded. "Big brother, I know I was impulsive. But who knew that kid was actually a ninja? Wood-leaf ninjas. You said, I've tied him up. It could be said that he had offended all of them. My life is now in danger. What else can I do?" This so-called fourth brother, Nangongzhi heard his voice and knew that he was the gangster he stopped during the day. For such a person to be ranked 4th, he had no idea how this gang had managed to get to their current position. "Fourth brother, it's already like this. We can only find a way to solve it," the boss said. His tone was very heavy and a bit gloomy. "This girl is the most important bargaining chip for your life. A ninja with a girl with no cultivation, 9 times out of 10, this girl is the employer or the target of protection. Ninjas don't care about anything, but they will never easily fail the task they take on. Treat the girl well. It's best if you can coax her. A girl at this age is very easy to trick. At the very least, you can't let her say bad things about you. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences." After Big Brother said this, he didn't say anything else. Only Fourth Brother sighed in annoyance. "I understand, boss." Fourth Brother seemed to understand the key point. He nodded and walked out of the secret room, accompanied by the sound of the door opening and closing. After Fourth Brother walked out of the secret room for a long time, the boss threw the crutch in his hand to the ground. "You can't do anything right. If it weren't for your wide network in Kikyo City, I wouldn't have let you go. How can I let you go?" The boss roared, his voice echoing in the secret room. Black hair, black clothes, black sword. Would-leaf Yama Nangongzhi. As for Nangongzhi, when Fourth Brother walked out of the door, he had already left the secret passage and followed him. To be honest, for this gang, Nangongzhi wasn't interested in it. Even if Nangongzhi was ruthless enough to destroy this gang and destroy their foundation, Kikyo City might be peaceful for a while, but it would be crushed by more gangs. In this era, if a city didn't have any underground forces, it could only mean that the city wasn't developed and prosperous enough. Underground forces were an inevitable outcome. Sometimes, if a city's underground forces were strong enough and had a certain scale, it would make the city more orderly. Because blindly abusing others, smashing and looting would only lead to digging one's own grave. Nangongzhi followed fourth brother and walked into a small independent building. The small building looked very ordinary, even a little shabby. It was a good place to hide someone. Fourth brother looked around, trying to see if anyone was following him. After looking around for a while, he took out a key and opened the door. Nangongzhi naturally couldn't swagger in from the front door like fourth brother. With a burst of strength, he ran up to the roof. His nimble body moved along the wall and entered the small building through a half-open window. Nangongzhi slowly began to invade the small building. Based on the conversation between fourth brother and the boss, Nangongzhi was at least certain that Mashiro wouldn't be in danger. Therefore, Nangongzhi didn't need to use too much violence to forcibly remove him. Kikyo City was the face of the Fire Country and the Wind Country, and there were rules that forbade ninjas from using ninjutsu in the city. Although Nangongzhi didn't care if he went on a killing spree, it was still a slap in the face of the two countries. If he could avoid it, it was better not to do it. Soon, Nangongzhi found the place where Mashiro was being held. Because after fourth brother came in, he went straight to Mashiro. Their conversation was the best beacon, not to mention fourth brother's soft words and persuasion. Mashiro's sobbing was like a clap of thunder that reached Nangongzhi's ears. Nangongzhi didn't intend to punish this group of hoodlums. But when he heard Mashiro's sobbing, Nangongzhi's chest was filled with anger. That naive and a little willful little girl. She's crying inside right now. This was the only thought in Nangongzhi's mind. Without thinking too much, Nangongzhi pulled out the black sword on his back. His internal energy surged and covered the black sword. With a light wave, a huge wave of energy rushed out. The wall in front of him was smashed to pieces. Seeing this, fourth brother was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. His head was bleeding on the ground. All kinds of begging words came out of his mouth. But Nangongzhi didn't listen to a single word. He just looked at Mashiro. Mashiro, I'm here to pick you up. Nangongzhi walked in front of Mashiro and gently hugged Mashiro's head. The black sword also cut the rope that bound Mashiro. Gong gong, Mashiro cried in Nangongzhi's arms. Let's go back. Nangongzhi looked at Mashiro and felt a throbbing pain in his heart. He hugged Mashiro in his arms. Okay, let's go home. Mashiro agreed and fell asleep. Today's experience really made the little girl extremely tired. She's asleep? Just nice. Nangongzhi looked at Mashiro and then at fourth brother who was kneeling at his feet. How can I let you off so easily? He stabbed with his sword and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 41. Nangongzhi rescued Mashiro a few days ago, although Mashiro didn't say anything. However, Nangongzhi could still sense that there was still some fear lingering in her heart. It's time to leave Kikyo Town. Where can the rest of the 5 countries go? The Land of Water is more dangerous than Kikyo Town. After all, the name of the Blood Mist is not for nothing. Although the Land of Earth is okay, that Sachikid's attitude towards Wood Leaf ninjas is known to be bad. This old man has a lot of hatred towards Wood Leaf. The Land of Lightning? That's a big plateau. Many ninjas have vomiting and diarrhea, not to mention Mashiro's weak body. Nangongzhi didn't dare to take this risk. Thinking about it like this, Nangongzhi and Zhenbai practically couldn't go to the 5 great nations. In the end, Nangongzhi thought about it. Finally, he thought a good place. The Land of Hot Water. It's a famous hot spring holy land in the shinobi world. It's just a small country, but there are thousands of hot springs. Countless people go to the Land of Hot Water because of its fame. The price of a house in the Land of Hot Water is comparable to the price of a famous city in the Land of Fire. This shows how fascinating the Land of Hot Water is. What's more, although Nangongzhi and Mashiro are now in Kikyo Town on the border of the Land of Wind, the difference in temperature is not too obvious. But it's already autumn. Isn't it a pleasure to go to a hot spring with the cool autumn weather? Knock knock. Nangongzhi knocked on the wall. Since the last incident, Nangongzhi changed his living place to the one next to Mashiro's. As long as there's any movement, Nangongzhi will immediately go there. As for knocking on the wall, it's Mishiro's request. After all, with Nangongzhi's impatient temper, he often doesn't wait for Mishiro to respond and kick the door open. Under the resentful gaze of the owner, Mishiro's face was lost. She asked Nangongzhi to knock on the wall whenever he had something to do. Whenever Mishiro had time, she would knock on the wall a few more times, and Nangongzhi could go over to find Mishiro. After waiting for about 3 to 5 minutes, 2 knocks came from Mishiro's room. Nangongzhi went to Mishiro's door and waited for Mishiro to open it. "What's wrong?" Mishiro opened the door and saw Nangongzhi just standing at the door. Half of his face peeked out of the door. You don't want me to go in?" Nangongzhi looked at it helplessly. "It's not." Mishiro turned his head and pouted. "I'm here to discuss our itinerary with you. Let's get down to business." Nangongzhi saw Mishiro's attitude and quickly corrected his attitude. He said in a businesslike manner, "You decide." Before Nangongzhi could reply, Mishiro closed the door. Nangongzhi was helpless. He didn't understand what was going on. "When did I offend Mishiro?" "No, I didn't do anything these few days." Nangongzhi thought about how he offended Mishiro and walked back to his room gloomily. When Mishiro heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing, she sat down on the ground. He leaned against the door. "This idiot!" Mishiro grabbed a pillow beside him and threw it out. "Idiot! Idiot! Deadwood!" "Fine." Mishiro was about to go crazy. "Obviously, I've already decided to live on by myself. But why did you appear? How can I face you when you're so good to me?" Mishiro looked at the starry sky outside the window and seemed to remember the brilliant stars and the bright moonlight that night. Of course, there was also the boy who fell on the eaves with a slight smile on his face. The two of them finally left Kikyo City. The distance between the land of wind and the land of hot water wasn't very close. The general distribution of countries in the ninja world was actually very simple. The 5 major countries occupied the largest area, and many small countries were sandwiched between their respective borders. The land of hot water was located at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. In order to get there, Nangongzhi had to pass through the land of river and part of the land of fire. The road will be very long. With Mishiro around, it was only natural that Seiji's speed would be even slower. Nangongzhi estimated that it would take at least 3 months to reach the land of hot water. So Nangongzhi specially found a carriage so that Mishiro could sit inside and walk less. After leaving Kikyo City for 2 days, Nangongzhi arrived at the border of the land of wind and the land of river. In the land of river, there were a lot of forests. The tall trees made Nangongzhi feel like he was back in the woodleaf. Meet. Nangongzhi drove the carriage, but his eyes were a little confused. Although he was mentally prepared to face the truth, but when he really had to face it, he still felt a little nervous. After all, the person he suspected now is a most precious person to him. Just as Nangongzhi was thinking about how to face his sister while driving, Nangongzhi sat in the car. Nangongzhi suddenly took out a kunai from the ninja bag behind him and threw it at a tree behind him. "Come out, don't hide." Nangongzhi got out of the carriage and looked at the direction of the tree coldly. Several ninjas also came out of the shadows. "It seems that you're not honest." Nangongzhi pulled out his black sword and spread his internal force on it. Suddenly he turned around and cut the tree behind him. A huge blade of internal force gushed out, and the tree fell down instantly. A figure also jumped out of the tree. Sand ninjas are still the same. Nangongzhi looked at his carriage, opened the curtain, and said to Mishiro, who was sitting inside, "Wait a moment. There are a few rats following us. Although they're not very troublesome, they're a little difficult to deal with. I will deal with them as soon as possible." And Mishiro nodded and looked at Nangongzhi, who was about to turn around and leave. She grabbed Nangongzhi's hand and said seriously, "Don't die. You promised to protect me." Nangongzhi looked at Mishiro, who was holding his hand, and nodded. "Don't worry, it's just these losers. I don't care about them." After saying that, he got out of the carriage. Looking at the 6 ninjas who surrounded him in an instant, Nangongzhi began to observe. Among them 4 of them were holding melee ninja weapons such as long swords, halberds, and the like. The other 2 didn't have anything, but the vigorous chakra aura from their bodies was enough to prove that they were at least Jonin-level ninjutsu ninjas. Sand ninjas really think highly of me. A total of 6 Jonins were sent to encircle me. Nangongja looked at them and couldn't help but smile, but the smile was particularly creepy. I am very curious. Who leaked my whereabouts to sand ninjas? Hotel owner, Yakuza boss? It's just these 2 people. It must be very difficult to bury a nail in Kikyo Castle. Don't worry, when I have time, I will help you pry out the nail. Chapter 42. The 6 sand ninjas didn't say anything, just an endless silence. Several of them looked at each other, and the 2 ninjutsu ninjas with strong chakra fluctuations instantly converged their aura and chakra fluctuations. Of course, this was only temporary, because as long as they use ninjutsu, it's impossible not to produce chakra fluctuations. Just like just now, Nangongja was able to find the people behind him because he used invisibility jutsu to hide in the canopy of a big tree. The 4 taijutsu ninjas in front of Nangongja made a rhombus formation and rushed towards him. During this time, many shurikens were shot from all directions to interfere with Nangongja. Did you set up a trap when you were hiding? Nangongja looked at the shurikens flying towards him, but it's useless. Nangongja quickly danced with the black sword in his hand. An internal force gathered in all directions and turned into a large net around Nangongja's body. All the shurikens rushing towards him were blocked. Huh! Nangongja roared, and the input of internal force increased, and the net around him seemed to have turned from illusion to a substance in an instant. Sword rush. The big net was instantly fragmented, and the internal force sword marks that originally formed the big net turned into internal force blades flying around. He rushed towards the sand ninja, who was charging towards him with his shurikens blocked by the shurikens. The dense internal force sword marks directly made the 4 sand ninjas unable to resist. However, the sand ninjas didn't only know taijutsu. So far, Nangongja has only seen with Leaf Mike Dai and his son Mike Kai, who only use taijutsu. Most of the other taijutsu ninjas mainly use taijutsu, but they also used ninjutsu to enhance themselves. Wind release, wind wall. A ninja who fell behind the other 3 taijutsu ninjas used wind wall to block in front of his group. It was used to stop the attack of the sword marks. However, it was difficult for them to avoid being blocked for a while. Black Lion Liang, protect me. Nangongja took advantage of this time to mobilize Liang's power. Haha, kid, I knew that following you would never be idle. How long after the battle ended? There is another battle. Very good, let's go all out. Liang was also very excited. Isn't a lion a warlike animal? Thunder from the sky. Black armor covered his body. Nangongja was clad in black armor with lightning surrounding his body. His speed and strength had greatly increased speed. In the blink of an eye, Nangongja appeared behind the ninjas. Just as he was about to kill a person, he heard a sound behind him. Earth release, earth. The ground under his feet instantly break. Nangongja also seemed to have lost his balance, and his entire body staggered. Not. He was about to stab. Wait. The leader of the ninja seemed to find something wrong and opened his mouth to warn him. But before his voice fell, the kunai had already pierced Nangongja's black armor. But the ninja didn't feel anything because the black armor was like jelly. Without using any strength, half of the kunai had already gone in. Huh. Nangongja suddenly laughed. Sand ninja, you're so naive. How did you become a jonin? Nangongja wasn't wrong. After the Shinobi World War, the Sand Ninja suffered heavy losses. After all, the combination of White Fang and Tsunade was very violent. This ninja was a new Jonin after the Shinobi World War. Obviously, he was not strong enough to fight against a Jonin. Just as the ninja was stunned, Nangongja's body flashed with more powerful lightning. He wanted to pull out his kunai, but it was tightly clamped by Nangongja's black armor, and he couldn't move. He wanted to let go, but the lightning paralyzed his arm, and he couldn't let go. The ninja was electrocuted and fainted. Against a taijutsu ninja, not to mention 4. Even if there were 2 more Nangongja wouldn't be afraid. But a ninjutsu ninja was really troublesome. Just like before, if it wasn't for Nangongja's preparation. At this time, he would have fallen into a difficult battle. So this is the key to why Nangongja took the risk to kill a ninjutsu ninja. Damn it! The leader of the taijutsu ninja saw this scene, and his nose was crooked. Everyone, including the leader. According to the records of the past, they all thought that Nangongja's armor was extremely hard. Who would have thought that this armor could be soft and hard? This made many of the plans they made before the battle useless. Even a rare ninjutsu ninja was involved in this. It was a big loss. Earth release, rock puppet. Wind release, dark wind sword. Combination ninjutsu, rock swordsman. The leader of the ninja was indeed an experienced ninja. He knew that there was no point in playing tricks behind his back. He couldn't let the remaining ninjutsu ninja on his side be exposed too early. So, he used ninjutsu to forcefully hold Nangongja and provide an opportunity for his remaining teammates. The soil under his feet kept loosening and attached to the leader's body little by little. Slowly, it turned into a huge puppet that was 3 to 4 meters tall. The puppet opened its big hand, and a huge green and white sword appeared in its hand. Nangongja looked at the leader's performance. Although they were enemies, he still praised the leader. The compatibility between wind release and earth release is not good, but you can maintain 2 ninjutsu without affecting each other. That's really rare. That's not all. Faced with Nangongja's praise, the leader instantly rushed out and said, "Attaching wind release to the puppet's feet to increase its speed?" Nangongja muttered, and his body quickly began to dodge. This kind of control is simply unimaginable. However, Nangongja did not retreat. The long sword in his hand instantly dispersed the internal energy. The black armor on his body instantly increased in thunder and spread to the blade of the black sword. "But you shouldn't have used earth release," Nangongja said. "All ninjutsu are mutually reinforcing and restraining. The restraining relationship between thunder release and earth release is second only to water release and fire release." Nangongja used his speed to instantly stand behind the puppet's blind spot. The puppet waved its arms, trying to hit Nangongja, but Nangongja dodged all of its attacks. Nangongja stabbed the black sword deep into the puppet's body. "Riang, let this guy see the power of the Black Lion." Of course. Roar, roar, roar. The thunder on Nangongja's body roared like a lion as it continuously poured into the puppet's body. Chapter 43. The puppet's body was like a tree's bark, peeling off piece by piece under the effect of the strong electric current. It fell to the ground and made a pu-pu sound. Just when Nangongja thought that the situation was settled, something unexpected happened. The rock puppet was about to fall apart, leaving only a small part behind. The leader of the rock puppet was almost exposed. However, the almost spherical puppet suddenly exploded. It wasn't just one ninja that jumped out. There was also the ninjutsu ninja that disappeared. No wonder the puppet could use both wind release and earth release at the same time without affecting each other. At the same time, it could use wind release to increase its speed. Nangongja immediately understood what was going on. Although a ninjutsu ninja alone can cause me some trouble, as long as I'm careful enough, it shouldn't be a big problem. Since that's the case, why don't I let this ninjutsu ninja play its biggest role and turn it into a real fighting force? What a good plan. Since the ninjutsu ninja had appeared, he naturally wouldn't expose himself for nothing. Wind release, hurricane destruction. The ninjutsu ninja's hand seals were flying, and he quickly cast ninjutsu in Nangongja's direction. There were at least 20 to 30 huge wind blades, and they were chaotically flying towards Nangongja's direction. The other 3 taijutsu ninjas quickly stood in a suitable position to prevent Nangongja from escaping. They were trying to maximize the power of the wind blades. As for the leader of the Taijutsu ninja, the huge consumption of chakra and the invasion of lightning had consumed a lot of his stamina. At this time, he was watching from the periphery, and he was taking some pills to recover his chakra and stamina. Seeing that his escape route was almost completely sealed, Nangongja could only try his best to swing his black sword and use his internal force to cut off Chakra's characteristics to face the wind blades head-on. Every time Nangongja received a blow from the wind blades, he would be forced back 3 to 5 steps. When a ninjutsu ninja saw that Nangongja was actually able to withstand the power of the wind blade head-on, he was very surprised. He knew the power of these wind blades the best. Back then, when he wasn't proficient with it, he had shaved off the top of a small mountain with his half-finished chaotic hurricane break. Therefore, the ninjutsu ninja adjusted their strategy. Whenever the wind blades were close to Nangongja, they would activate their chakra to detonate the wind blades. One after another, the huge wind blades instantly transformed into even smaller, yet even more subtle and sharp knives. Nangongja could block the huge wind blades, but these small wind blades were hard to block. He could only rely on his black armor to defend himself. Creaking sounds accompanied by sparks flew in all directions, proving the difficult situation Nangongja was in at the moment. At this time, the ninja leader who had rested for a long time finally joined the battle. Once again, he used Earth Meld to give himself the appearance of a puppet. The huge puppet punched again and again, forcing Nangongja to face the sharpest part of the wind blades. The Taijutsu ninja, who was replaced, didn't stay idle either. He actually approached the carriage where Mashiro was. When Nangongja saw this scene, it was as if his heart was on fire. These sand ninjas were obviously targeting him. All of this had nothing to do with Mashiro. But Mashiro was involved in this? These days of getting along, Nangongja had a deeper understanding of this, sometimes confused and capricious girl. How could such a girl lose her life like this? Nangongja was very clear in his heart. As long as he was killed here, all the witnesses would be silenced except for the Sand Ninjas. Because with Leaf and the Sand Ninjas were in the honeymoon period after the peace negotiations, anything that could affect the peace couldn't be made public. If he died, Wood Leaf wouldn't do anything, because a dead person, no matter how famous he was when he was alive, no one would try so hard to get justice for him. The matter of the White Fang is not far away. How trustworthy can the integrity of the people of Konoha be? So at this moment, Nangongja could only protect himself and Mashiro. There were no reinforcements. As long as he was defeated, he would die, or even become a research material for various experiments. After all, a Jonet's body could be studied a lot. No one touch her, Nangongja said word by word. His tone was filled with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was trying to endure an indescribable pain. Kid, are you crazy? Riang shouted in Nangongja's mind. That girl is dead. Without her, you would have been able to break out of the encirclement and wouldn't be in this predicament. Now you're using this kind of self-harming method to gain strength. After the strength dissipates, the long period of weakness and eternal pain is not worth it. That's right, Nangongja was currently overdrawing his strength. When Kai was receiving Nangongja's training, he didn't tell Nangongja all the contents of the Hashiman Tanku. But in order to make it easier for Nangongja to teach him, he still revealed some of the key concepts to Nangongja. With Riang's persuasion and help, Nangongja developed a set of secret techniques that could transform the gentle internal energy into sharp sword energy to attack the acupuncture points and stimulate the potential of life. Nangongja called it sword chi breaking acupoint. After perfecting the secret technique, Nangongja would normally use extremely weak sword energy to attack the acupuncture points to expand his meridians and acupuncture points and increase his internal energy cultivation. This method also allowed Nangongja's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. But this also proved the danger of using sword energy to attack the acupuncture points. Ever since Nangongja's physical cultivation increased greatly and was close to the body of a half-step immortal, his body's toughness and recovery ability had greatly increased. But even so, he could only use a very small amount of internal energy to attack the acupuncture points. At this moment, in order to protect Mashiro, Nangongja had used almost all of his remaining internal energy to transform into sword energy. Nangongja and Riang couldn't estimate what kind of damage this would cause to him. If he were to remove the black armor now, Nangongja's restless blood would probably burst out of his body. Fresh blood would also flow out of Nangongja's 7 orifices, looking extremely frightening. Nangongja finally couldn't suppress the pain and could only roar out loud to vent it. At the same time, Nangongja charged towards Mashiro while enduring the heavy punches and wind blades. Under the control of Nangongja's increased strength, the black sword produced streaks of sharp sword energy. Everywhere Nangongja passed, it was a mess. The ninja who was walking towards Mashiro also turned into a bloody mist under the pressure of the sword energy. Chapter 44. Nangongja finally understood. As long as he still wanted to protect Mashiro, then he was destined to be at a disadvantage in this battle. Time continued to pass as both sides battled. The sky was gradually turning dark. However, there were things that a gentleman should do, and there were things that he should not do. Nangongja would definitely not give up on Mashiro. Thus, Nangongja could only take advantage of the fact that he was breaking through his limits to break through the encirclement. There was only one path for him to choose. Nangongja opened the wooden door of the carriage and saw Mashiro shivering in the corner of the carriage. "Mashiro, let's go." Nangongja tried his best to use a gentle tone to talk to Mashiro, but the pain all over his body made Nangongja's every word tremble. Miyagi, although Mashiro was usually a little naive, it did not mean that Mashiro was not smart. At this moment, the black armor on Nangongja's body had many cracks, and many scratches were distributed on the armor. Furthermore, Nangongja's 7 orifices were still bleeding. However, before Mashiro could finish his sentence, Nangongja reached out his right hand and looked at Mashiro silently. Even in such a predicament, his eyes did not lose their usual brilliance. Instead, they shone even more brightly. Mashiro could not help but stop talking. An indescribable sense of security surged in his heart. It was this person in front of him who had protected him time and time again. Even in such a predicament, he did not abandon him. Mashiro nodded. The tears in his eyes miraculously disappeared. He reached out his hand and grabbed Nangongja's hand tightly. Nangongja used his strength and pulled Mashiro into his embrace. His feet exerted force, and his whole body moved like an arrow. At this moment, among the 6 sand ninjas, one had fainted, 1 chakra was exhausted, and the remaining 4 taijutsu ninjas, although they still had some fighting power, they did not have the strength to chase after Nangongja. The leader only relied on drugs to suppress his bad condition. If there was a fierce battle, he would definitely not be able to endure it. As for the remaining 3 taijutsu ninjas, whoever chased after him would die. Although the ninjas were obsessed with completing the mission, they were also very rational. They knew how to gain the most benefits. This was the bottom line of the Sands plan. They could have no results, but they could not have a large number of casualties, because at this moment, the Sand Ninjas no longer have the ability to bear. This operation was an opportunistic move on the part of the Sand. Nangongja was to kill to stay. At least they could give Wood Leaf's group some trouble. Wasn't that good? Nangongja continued to move forward. Slowly, his consciousness began to blur. However, his legs continued to move forward under the urging of his subconscious. Until he was exhausted, Nangongja and Mashiro in his arms fell to the ground together. Gong gong, gong gong. Mashiro saw Nangongja fall to the ground and struggled to get out of Nangongja's arms. He put Nangongja's body on the ground. Nangongja's black armor also disappeared shortly after Nangongja lost consciousness. Nangongja's body did not have the protection of the black armor. In an instant, The blood that was surging due to the sword chi flowed out of the pores of his body. His whole body instantly turned into a blood man. Nangongzhi was lying on the ground at this moment was soaked with Nangongzhi's blood. Mashiro looked around and saw some tall trees. He was a little flustered. When did Mashiro experience such things? Coupled with the fact that Nangongzhi was covered in blood, Mashiro was even more scared. There was no way. Mashiro could only use all his strength to carry Nangongzhi on his back and move forward bit by bit with difficulty. Go east. A voice suddenly sounded in Mashiro's mind. Who is it? Mashiro was startled and sat on the ground. I am Liang, an existence similar to Nangongzhi's spiritual beast. Now that Nangongzhi has fainted, I am about to use up all my strength and fall into a deep slumber. In the east, there is a village that I have just detected. If we go there, Nangongzhi can still be saved. Liang sped up his speech and quickly said the information he wanted to say. After that, he fell into silence. No matter how Mashiro shouted, there was no response. Mashiro was like a headless fly, flying everywhere. At this moment, Liang could point out a direction for him. It was a very good target. However, Liang did not say how far east it was. Originally, Mashiro's physical strength was only slightly better than an average girl's. In addition, he had to carry Nangongzhi on his back. His physical strength was already lacking. In addition, the scene of a group of ninjas fighting created a huge psychological pressure on Mashiro. Therefore, Mashiro quickly ran out of energy. But at this moment, Mashiro could not stop. If he stopped, would the sand ninjas catch up with him? Also, Nangongzhi's injury was so serious at this moment. If he stopped, it would definitely not be beneficial to save Nangongzhi's life. Therefore, Mashiro could only clench his teeth. Slowly, a pair of shoes were worn out in many places on the uneven ground. Mashiro's soft arms and white cheeks also showed traces of blood under the various thorny plants in the forest. His clothes also became ragged. Mashiro walked in this deep forest for nearly the whole night. When the sky was about to turn white, Mashiro almost used his hands and feet to move forward. When he saw the outline of a village in front of him, his whole spirit relaxed. Mashiro fainted. Nangongzhi and Mashiro fainted under a big tree near the village. When Mashiro woke up again, he was lying on a wooden bed. The thick smell of decocting medicine lingered in the air. Turning his head hard, he saw Nangongzhi was wrapped like a dumpling on the bed on his right. Sister, you're awake? A voice sounded. Mashiro looked over. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. At this moment, she was holding a bowl of decoction in her hand in front of Mashiro. As if feeling Mashiro's gaze, the little girl quickly said, Sister, don't worry. You're too exhausted to speak. You'll be fine after some rest. Drink this bowl of decoction first. You'll feel much better. The little girl helped Mashiro up and helped Mashiro drink the decoction. The condition of the brother with you is not so good. The injuries on his body are extremely serious. Although it's strange, there's a magical force that's promoting his recovery very quickly. But it still takes some time to recover. Chapter 45. Nangongzhi only had this feeling at the moment. It was as if he was in a fire. When Nangongzhi struggled to open his eyes, he found that he was surrounded by raging flames, and he was being dragged into a cellar by a pair of hands. Mom, Nangongzhi didn't know why he blurted out the name of the person in front of him, but the face of the person in front of him was particularly confused. Nangongzhi could only faintly hear the words, live. The rest of the words were silent, but Nangongzhi could feel that the woman in front of him was very panicked at that time, but she still forced herself to calm down in front of Nangongzhi and hid Nangongzhi. After Nangongzhi was put into the cellar, the exit of the cellar was closed. The surrounding air was getting hotter and hotter, and Nangongzhi fainted under the effect of the hot air. Nangongzhi took the copper basin and walked to the room where her brother was. This was the 15th day after Mashiro woke up. Sister, this is what brother wanted to exchange. Grandpa asked me to bring it to you. The little girl who woke up after Nangongzhi walked behind Nangongzhi and stretched out her small hand to pull Mashiro's close. She handed over a bowl of black ointment. This little girl was called Ling Er. As for the grandpa that the girl mentioned, he was the only doctor in the village, and everyone called him Ah Wang. Okay, I know. Thank Ah Wang for me. Mashiro took the ointment and smiled at Ling Er. But the reluctance in his smile couldn't be concealed. Ling Er and Ah Wang had been practicing medicine in this village for many years, so how could they not see such an expression? Nangong's condition was not good at the moment. After Ah Wang's diagnosis, he found that Nangong's body had a magical power that was constantly repairing Nangong's body. But when the power was exhausted, this power disappeared a few days ago for unknown reasons. And Nangong's injury was barely half healed. Until now, many of his veins, muscles, and other internal structures had not recovered. He could only rely on the ointment that Ah Wang gave him to slowly heal. And until now, Nangongja hadn't regained consciousness. According to Ah Wang's explanation, Nangongja had used too much strength, and the surging blood brought a lot of pressure to his brain, which caused his whole body to fall into a coma. Mashiro watched as Linger walked out, then left the door ajar. Then he picked up a towel's bodies in a towel hand. SSS bodies picks SS layers of black medicinal stains were wiped off, revealing Nangong's bloodless skin. As Mashiro wiped away her tears, a layer of mist began to form in her eyes. Gong, it's all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that you had to take care of me, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Mashiro's eyes were hazy with tears, and he stuttered as he spoke. His entire being exuded a sense of self-blame. However, Mashiro's hands didn't stop moving. After he was done, he applied the black ointment on Nangong's wounds. Just as Mashiro turned around and was about to apply some ointment on his wound, Lin Sanjiu stopped him. A large hand pressed down on Mashiro's head. His trembling hand slowly stroked Mashiro's hair. A weak voice rang out. Mashiro has never been a burden to me. Mashiro is someone I want to protect. Mashiro's entire body began to tremble. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes, and they gushed out. Gong. He turned around and saw the person who was protecting him. Mashiro's heart was filled with complex emotions. He couldn't speak. He only reached out and grabbed Nangong's hand. Let me apply the ointment for you first. Applying the ointment is the most important thing. Since you're conscious now, Gong, your body must have recovered to a certain extent. Mashiro really couldn't express his feelings at this moment. He could only change the topic. He talked about Nangong's injuries. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Nangongja said to Mashiro. It's nothing. You were injured because you protected me. Then I should take responsibility for you, shouldn't I? Mashiro said as he applied the ointment. The two of them didn't say anything else. They just enjoyed the atmosphere at this moment. It didn't take long for Mashiro to finish applying the ointment to the wounds. Looking at Nangongja's smile, Mashiro suddenly lay down in front of Nangongja. He gently kissed Nangongja's cheek. This is your reward. Don't think too much. Masahiro's cheeks were red as she quickly walked out. Looking at Mashiro's back, Nangongja was stunned. Kid, you're quite lucky. Liang suddenly said in Nangongja's mind. All right, Liang. That's not the important thing now. Nangongja tried his best to calm his emotions. He calmly began to check his body's condition. Really? But that little girl just now walked through the forest for an entire night to save you. Even though she fainted from exhaustion, she still held onto your hand tightly. After losing Nangong's internal energy, Liang could only rely on her own internal energy to recover her consciousness and ensure Nangong's safety. Liang didn't see everything Mashiro did in the past half a month, but she knew most of it. Liang felt that these words should be said to Nangongja. Liang! Nangongja roared, scaring himself and Liang. It's not the time to think about Mashiro and me. I had a dream when I was unconscious. Thinking about his dream, Nangongja's heart was filled with indescribable anxiety and sorrow. A dream? Liang naturally knew that Nangongja left with Leaf Village because of his dream. Listen to me, kid. It doesn't matter what kind of memories you have sealed. What you're doing now is the worst thing you can do. It doesn't matter if it's Mashiro or your sister. There are more people who care about you and love you. They're all by your side now. These feelings and the care you have for each other are definitely not fake. You alienated your sister because of your memories. You lost your cool because of your memories and gave vent to your emotions, putting yourself in danger. You rejected Mishiro because of your memories and responded to your feelings. I know that you care a lot about your sealed memories. But those memories aren't everything to you. You still have the present. The dead are gone. Memories are just memories. Some things can't be clung to. Clinging to them is like being possessed by a demon. Don't wait until you lose it, then start to indulge in it again. Chapter 46. Nangongzhi quietly listened to Li Yang's words, stretched out his trembling hands, and took the black sword beside his bed. He held the black sword tightly in his arms. The coldness of the black sword was transmitted to Nangongzhi's body through the bandages. It was only a weak coldness, but made Nangongzhi's whole body tremble. Liang, I understand what you said. I also understand what you want to say. But understanding doesn't mean I can do it. I'm different from you. I've only lived for a little over 10 years, and more than half of my memories have been sealed by someone. I killed a lot of people in the past few years. At the beginning, I was scared. Every night when I closed my eyes, I could see the people I killed looking at me with bloodstains on their faces. Although they didn't say any words of hatred, my heart was scared to death. But I endured it. No matter how uncomfortable I felt, no matter how guilty I felt, I had to endure it. Because my sister, my only family in the world, is waiting for me to come home. My sister's stable life in Woodleaf needs my protection. So, I can only keep killing. Whether it's the sand, the rock, or the mist. Whether it's civilians or ninjas. I can only kill them one by one. I know very well what will happen if I keep going on this road. Sooner or later, I will end up like White Fang. That's it. I won't have a good death. Used by others, betrayed by others. Become a bargaining chip for others. But I still resolutely do it. There's no high goal. Peace in the ninja world, the will of fire. What does it have to do with me? I'm not such a great person. The whole education system in Woodleaf is to brainwash the villagers. Let them be instilled with the consciousness of sacrificing for the village. But I'm not a person who was raised in the village. When I was struggling to survive in Konoha's subordinate towns, when I saw Konoha's ninjas who looked kind on the surface but were actually arrogant, I already understood. There's no one in this world who fights for justice. They're just wearing the tiger's skin of justice and pursuing their own interests. If a person really only pursues peace, then he will become a weapon for others. If a person keeps kindness in his heart, then his life will be taken by others. The Sand Ninjas call me Yama. What is Yama? To say it nicely, it's a person who harvests lives. To say it bluntly, an ugly demon. I decided to become an evil demon for Ruro's sake. But if such a person deceives me, what should I do? Liang, the reason why I escaped from Konoha was because of you. Not only because I wanted to escape, but because I wanted to escape. More importantly, I don't want my most important spiritual pillar to be destroyed by my own hands. Nangongzhi didn't cry. His voice didn't even contain the slightest trace of sadness. Every word he said was calm and steady. It could be said that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. These heart-wrenching words made it seem like he was narrating someone else's story. However, the black sword in Nangongzhi's arms trembled slightly. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the black sword too tightly. Nangongzhi's internal energy, which had been exhausted from healing his injuries, was now flowing rapidly. It was clearly a small stream, but flowed like a river. Liang could feel all of this. Her heart and body were one. So Liang could feel Nangongzhi's anxiety and grief. Nangongzhi said a lot, including many important things. Nangongro was Nangongzhi's life support. This world was destined to be filled with sorrow. People wanted to protect themselves and the things they cherished. It was inevitable that they would hurt others. Businessmen exploited the commoners so that their families could live a better life. Commoners smashed, looted, and became bandits in order to survive. Ninjas controlled their martial arts, and collected huge amounts of money in order to have enough income. Aristocrats, in order to maintain their ruling status, kneeled down and licked ninjas' boots and continued to exploit the commoners. Which of these simple words didn't represent rolling tears of blood? In this world, who wasn't a sinner? Therefore, a person had to have something to rely on in order to maintain their true self. What would happen if the sustenance collapsed? No one knew. Kid, you won't destroy your thing with your own hands, Li Yang said with determination. Why? I can't find any reason to forgive Ro Ro. Nangongzhi curled his body and hugged the black sword even tighter as he muttered. Hee, I've lived for so long. How could I not know about the filth between people? But sometimes the path that people face is wrong. Now, to you, a crack has been pried open in your relationship with your sister. It's meaningless to try to mend it. But what if this crack is only on the surface? Li Yang's words had a hidden meaning, and he was secretly giving Nangongzhi pointers. You mean I don't hate Ro Ro? Nangongzhi was very smart. When he heard Li Yang's words, he instantly understood Li Yang's meaning. If you really can't resist your sister, you won't leave with Leaf at all. If you really can't forgive your sister's deceit, you won't still call her by her nickname. Memories were only a part of one's life, but they were not everything. Your sister's care and affection for you has never been hypocritical, Li Yang said with a trembling voice. Every word was like a sledgehammer hammering Nangongzhi's heart. Suddenly, Nangongzhi seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. It was constantly persuading him to return to Woodleaf, ask for the truth, and let him truly let go of his worries. The voice kept getting louder and louder, and it kept echoing. Nangongzhi cried out softly. He endured the pain in his body and stood up. He used his hands to remove the bandages on his body. He walked to the clothes rack, took off his clothes, and put them on. Holding the black sword and his gauntlet, Nangongzhi opened the door and walked out. Gong Gong, what are you doing? Seeing Nangongzhi like this, Mishiro immediately rushed over. Your injuries haven't healed yet, forcing yourself like this. What do you think? Mishiro stared into Nangongzhi's eyes, and the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. I want to go back. Nangongzhi looked at Mishiro and said emotionlessly. In Mishiro's eyes, he seemed to have become a stranger that Nangongzhi met by chance. A feeling of abandonment enveloped his heart. Nangongzhi looked at Mishiro. Mishiro's eyes were filled with tears. He raised his right hand and was about to slap Nangongzhi's face. However, he still stopped. She could only cover her mouth to make herself softer. He turned around and ran away. Chapter 47. Mishiro. Nangongzhi looked at Mishiro's back and whispered. Whether it's his feelings for Mishiro or Mishiro's attitude towards him, Nangongzhi is now very far away from him. That's why Nangongzhi pretended to be indifferent to Mishiro, hoping to end these feelings quickly. The combination of an ordinary person and a ninja is an extremely irrational behavior. Just like many soldiers returning home from the battlefield, they will have all kinds of psychological trauma. This is also an invisible burden for his family. In the shinobi world, ninjas and ordinary people live in two different worlds. Although there is contact, there is also an invisible wall separating the two. Nangongzhi still left, even though Mishiro has been staring at him with a pair of teary eyes from the side of the house. But when Nangongzhi walked less than a kilometer, an old man came to him. The old man was dressed in white, and there was a somewhat shabby bamboo basket on his back. A few herbs and a medicine hoe were placed in the basket. The old man looked at least 80 or 90 years old. His white hair was casually tied in a bun on the top of his head. His long beard hung down to his chest. One step, one step. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the old man's figure was constantly flashing, at least 2 or 3 meters forward with each step. Nangongzhi didn't have time to react. The old man had already arrived behind Nangongzhi. A dry and warm hand was placed on Nangongzhi's shoulder. Young man, although I know that you must have your own worries, but listen to the old man. If some things are really abandoned, it really can't be salvaged anymore. Nangongzhi didn't care about what the old man said, because the old man's footwork really scared Nangongzhi. Everything that is a threat must be held in one's hands as much as possible. This is Nangong's biggest rule in the shinobi world. Pulling out the black sword, he attached his internal force to the sword, emitting a sparkling ice-blue halo. Nangong's wrist shook, and a beautiful sword flower appeared, forcing the old man to retreat. When the old man retreated, his body was a little unbalanced, and a small flaw appeared. Nangong stabbed his sword, wanting to stab the old man's leg, to restrain the old man's footwork. Seeing that the sword was about to stab the old man didn't panic. Instead, he used the tendency of his body's imbalance to make himself fall even harder. Just when he was about to touch the ground, he turned around and appeared behind Nangongja. As for the black sword, it didn't even touch the old man's clothes. "Young man, you are so young." Judging from his aura, he's not far from being possessed. The old man snorted softly, but it was like a clap of thunder in Nangongja's ears. Spit, blood, spit. Spit. The blood fell to the ground. Seeing the color of the blood, Nangongja's eyes widened. Because the blood was very thick, it was obviously spat out, but it gathered into a pool. Not a single drop of blood spilled. The color was pitch black, without a trace of blood. A strange stench was emitted from the black blood that he spat out. Seeing Nangong's stunned expression, the old man walked to Nangong's side. "I have examined your injury. It was very serious at first, but there's a strange energy in your body that is promoting your development. But what shocked me even more is that there's another kind of energy that is destroying your body at the same time, preventing your recovery from speeding up." Nangongja heard the old man's words and roughly knew the old man's identity. This old man is the one called a Wang that Mashiro mentioned, the one who cured him. "You are a Wang?" Nangongja asked tentatively. "It is indeed me. Your current condition is very bad, not just physical injuries. More importantly, there is a huge flaw in your heart." A Wang stretched out his hand and placed it on Nangongja's wrist. "I have been investigating the energy that is repairing your body. I found out that it is a lost secret technique called inner strength. At that time, this secret technique was even more powerful than chakras. But this secret technique has a huge flaw, causing its inheritance to almost be lost." Flaw. Nangongja heard a Wang say that there was a flaw in his cultivation method, and he was unwilling to believe it. But in his heart, he faintly felt that a Wang's words were reasonable. "That's right, it is a flaw." A Wang nodded and let go of Nangongja's wrist. He turned around and placed his hand on the back of his waist and continued. "When inner strength is cultivated in the right direction, it will be neutral and peaceful, nourishing the body for a long time. But if inner strength is cultivated in the wrong direction, it will be strange and abnormal. It will be good at killing, but it will hurt others and oneself. There is another name for inner strength that is cultivated in the wrong direction. Sword energy." Before a Wang could say the name of inner strength that was cultivated in the wrong direction, Nangongja said it first. "That's right. The way to transform inner strength into sword energy was to cultivate in the wrong direction." A Wang looked at Nangongja's reaction at the moment and didn't say anything more. He just continued his words. "That's right, it is sword energy. Sword energy is just like its name. It is sharp and dangerous. There is no harm in cultivating inner strength normally. But if inner strength is cultivated in the wrong direction and transformed into sword energy, the inner strength will start to transform into sword energy uncontrollably. This process will not stop until all the inner strength in the body has turned into sword energy. If the whole body is filled with sword energy, but you can't control it. People who cultivate inner strength will be possessed by the devil. When possessed by the devil to the extreme, they will. After that, a Wang didn't say anything more. But Nangongja understood what a Wang meant. Once possessed by the devil, the whole person would become murderous. It could be said that it was instinctive to destroy everything in front of him. It would not stop until his sword energy was exhausted and his life energy was exhausted. Then he would die. He would turn into flying ashes, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Nangong's inner strength was all automatically operated according to the inner strength stored in his body by his grandfather. So there were a lot of things that Nangongja should know, but he didn't know. Nangong Ro once told Nangongja some things, like sword energy and the concept of being possessed by the devil. But Nangong Ro didn't say clearly how to become possessed by the devil. And the danger of sword energy that Wang mentioned, it was also the first time that Nangongja knew about it. Ruru, do you really not know? Or did you deliberately not tell me? Nangong's heart was filled with doubts and uneasiness at the moment. Because if Nangong Ro did it deliberately, then what good would it do for him to become possessed by the devil and become a murderer? The figure of the sister who had always cared for him, although sometimes a little willful, but was very well-behaved, gradually blurred in Nangong's mind. Chapter 48. Young man, to tell you the truth, when I forced you to spit out that mouthful of turbid blood, I felt that you might be on the verge of becoming a demon. The old man did not care about Nangong's mood. Instead, he said something even more shocking. This sentence also forcefully pulled Nangong's thoughts back to reality. On the verge of becoming a demon? But doesn't that only happen when all of the internal energy in your body is transformed into sword energy? When I checked my internal energy, I only found that a small part of it was sword energy. Nangongja checked his internal energy and found that it was not completely transformed into sword energy like Wang said. So he quickly raised his doubts. It's strange. Logically speaking, each person's inner force would have its own characteristics. Whether it's in the form of internal energy or sword energy, there's no essential difference. However, the essence of the sword chi and inner strength in your body are very different. Needless to say, your internal energy is moderate and has accumulated quite a lot. But your sword energy doesn't seem like it was just accumulated and transformed. Instead, it feels like you've been cultivating your sword energy for at least 20 to 30 years. The sword energy carries an austere aura that even makes my heart palpitate. After the old man expressed his doubts about Nangong's internal energy and sword energy, he stroked his beard and waited for Nangongja to give him an answer. As for Nangongja, at this moment, he had a terrifying guess in his heart. Sword energy and internal energy have different characteristics? Could it be possible to think that sword chi and inner chi were not cultivated by the same person? Nangongja was very clear that a part of his internal energy came from his grandfather. Of course, the loss of internal energy from person to person was extremely great. In addition, he had been diligently cultivating his internal energy all these years. It could be said that the amount of internal energy he cultivated had already surpassed the amount of internal energy his grandfather transmitted. As for the proportion, wasn't the amount of internal energy that grandfather transmitted to him almost the same as the proportion of sword energy now? Although Nangongja didn't quite understand some of the joints, there was an 80% chance that the inner strength that turned into sword chi was transmitted by his grandfather. Nangongja didn't want to tell Wang about this, so he kept silent for a long time. Wang gradually understood that Nangongja didn't want to talk about this, so he didn't force Nangongja to answer. Instead, he began to talk about something else. Since you're already on the verge of becoming a demon, if that's the case, you can't face the things that you're worried about. Wang looked seriously into Nangongja's eyes and said, anyone who is on the verge of becoming a devil will have a sensitive and fragile mind. Any slight change in the people or things they were worried about could make them even crazier. You need to recuperate in your current state. I'll check my medical books and then help you solve the problem of becoming a devil. What do you think? Wang's words were very clear. As long as he didn't want to become a devil and die, he had to stay with Wang for a long time and slowly recuperate. As for the chance of being cured, although Wang didn't say it, it could be imagined that the chance was very small. Otherwise, the inheritance of inner strength wouldn't have been passed down to such a small number of withered leaves. Okay, I'll go back with you. Nangongja thought for a moment and agreed. First, there was a problem with his current body. Xianxia was very clear in his heart. Since there was a possibility of being cured by Ao Wang, he might as well give it a try. Second, although he didn't know why Ao Wang was so familiar with the system of internal energy, he was sure that Ao Wang didn't deceive him. Third, of course, was Mashiro. Xianxia remembered what he did on impulse and Mashiro's teary eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Xianxia didn't understand why he made such a decision on the spur of the moment. But he had a faint premonition that it might have a lot to do with the disorder of his heart caused by becoming a devil. In that case, let's go back. I think Mashiro is still sad. It's good for you to coax her. Ao Wang had lived for so many years. How could he not see the feelings between a boy and a girl? Although Xianxia had been in a coma, Mashiro's meticulous care of Xianxia made Ao Wang very clear that there was a deep friendship between the two. Being suddenly pointed out by Ao Wang, even if Xianxia was usually thick-skinned, he still blushed. He didn't respond to Ao Wang's words. He just walked in the direction of the village. Looking at Xianxia's current appearance, Ao Wang couldn't help but smile. Thinking about his past, he was dazed for a moment. He muttered to himself, "What is love in the world? It makes people live and die together. Yaner, I finally found a person who cultivates internal strength. I couldn't save you back then, but now I want to save him. He still has a long life ahead of him. Not to mention, there's a girl who likes him so much waiting for him." The two quickly arrived at Ao Wang's straw hut. Xianxia had just walked in when he heard Mashiro and Ling Er's conversation. Ling Er, sister's gone with Leaf Village to find Gong Gong. He was too strange just now. I want to find him and ask him what's going on. Mashiro's tone was very angry, but it faintly revealed her worry for Xianxia. But sister, Woodleaf Village is very far away from here. And unless an ordinary person goes to issue a mission, there's no way they can stay in Woodleaf for long. Ling Er still knew a bit about Woodleaf's system. She knew that Mashiro would be in trouble if he went. Then I'll stay in Gong Gong's house until he tells me clearly what's going on. He's the ninja I hired to protect me. How can he just leave like that? At worst, I'll make a big deal out of it and make Woodleaf's Hokage have no choice but to intervene. Mashiro's words at this moment could be said to be very unorthodox, but hidden within them was Mashiro's deep feelings for Xianxia. Mashiro and Ling Er were still talking about these things, but Xianxia couldn't hear a single word. He just looked at Mashiro's back as he packed his luggage. Suddenly, he strode towards Mashiro and opened his arms to hug Mashiro in his arms. Mashiro, Mashiro. Xianxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He just kept calling Mashiro's name, Gong Gong. A familiar feeling wrapped around Mashiro. Mashiro instantly realized that Xianxia was back. You idiot! What can you tell me? Why do you have to use this method to push me away? Mashiro turned around and grabbed Xianxia's arm and fiercely bit it. Chapter 49. After a long while, Mashiro finally let out a sigh of relief. He carefully looked at the place where he had bitten and then touched the mark he had left there with his hand. He muttered to himself, "Humph, you're lucky." When Xianxia heard this, he could only smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's good enough that you only bit me. If I were you, I would probably strangle myself to death. Mashiro looked at Xianxia's shameless appearance and didn't know what to say. However, he still opened his mouth after thinking about it. What happened to you just now? It's too abnormal. Faced with Mashiro's question, Xianxia felt that he couldn't tell the truth about his situation. This was because it was too dangerous to be possessed by a demon. There's a slight problem that affected my mental state. In addition, I thought of some anxious situations, so I went a little overboard. I'm sorry for being so rude to you. When Mashiro saw that Xianxia didn't intend to explain clearly, he knew that there was no point in pressing him. Who knows, he might even throw a tantrum and act shamelessly, so he didn't ask any further. Ao Wang will heal you. Xianxia knew that Mashiro wasn't just talking about the injuries on his body, he was also talking about the mental problem that he mentioned just now. I know. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Xianxia patted Mashiro's head. Mashiro rubbed against Xianxia's embrace and broke free from Nangong's embrace. He looked at the tattered bandages on Nangong's body that he had torn, and there was still a little bit of ointment left inside. Mashiro was so angry that he raised his hand and gave Nangong a chop. "You're really too much. I already applied the ointment for you, but you still pulled it like this. Really? You go to the room and wait. I'll go and get some ointment with Ling. I'll put it on for you again." Nangong just seemed to be in pain after being slapped by Mashiro. She arched her body and acted as if she was in pain. "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit of pain." Shameless. Mashiro rolled his eyes, then pushed open the door and walked out. "Just you wait." After Mashiro walked out of the door, Nangong just sighed. His entire body relaxed. His forehead was covered with a thin layer of cold sweat. His limbs went limp, and he could only hurriedly use the black sword to prop himself up. Nangong's injuries were actually quite serious. When Nangong woke up, at least half of the wounds on his body had not healed. In addition, he had impulsively put on his clothes and walked out. The ups and downs of his mood, coupled with the fact that he had walked a considerable distance by himself. Even the wounds that were originally healed had relapsed. Along the way, Nangong was subconsciously on guard and nervous because of Ao Wang's strength. So the severity of his injuries was not obvious. It was not until this moment that Nangong could truly relax. Then he couldn't hold it anymore. "This is really a bit too much." Nangong could only tease himself with a bitter smile. Boy, that old man who called himself Ao Wang is not simple. Liang knew that there was no one around now, so she began to talk to Nangong. "Indeed, Ao Wang is a bit strange. Let's not talk about people cultivating inner strength. After so long, I haven't seen anyone recognize my cultivation system. Most people think that it's because I practice a secret technique. But in essence, internal force and chakra are extremely different." Nangong also expressed his doubts. Because to be honest, internal force has really reached the edge of being lost in the ninja world. But in such a small place, he met such an old man who even knew a lot of secrets about internal force that he didn't know. Did he also practice internal force? Liang suddenly raised such a possibility. "No, there is no internal force. I didn't notice any internal force in Ao Wang's body. Not to mention internal force, I didn't even notice a little bit of internal force. At first, he quickly approached me, but now I think about it carefully. It's a skill that relies purely on physical force. As long as you practice hard, it's possible to do it." Nangong just said his own judgment. What this person said about being possessed by the devil, is it really such a dangerous thing? Although I've been in contact with people who practice internal force, I still don't know anything about such a secret. Liang has been paying attention to the conversation between Nangong and Ao Wang. The so-called bedevilment was truly something that people had never heard of before. Possession of the devil does exist. Ruru once told me about it, but she didn't say clearly what it means to be possessed by the devil. The situation that Ao Wang told me, I also compared to myself, and there's an 80% possibility that it is true. Nangong can only speak his thoughts truthfully. The feeling of the body can't be faked. So, we can only put all our hope in the hands of this person who doesn't have much confidence. Liang suddenly felt a little, how to say it? She lost the sense of security of life. We have no choice. Nangong could only choke out such a sentence in the end. Whether it's the devil or the sword energy, Nangong is almost at the stage where he can use it, but he can't understand it at all. And Ao Wang, no matter how much he doesn't trust him, for life, for more possibilities, he can only rely on Ao Wang's character and medical skills. Nangong and Li Yang's conversation ended. Li Yang fell asleep again, and Nangong leaned on the bed, waiting for Mashiro to bring the medicine. Gong gong. Mashiro pushed the door and came in with some bandages and a large bowl of ointment. Take off your shirt. I'll apply the ointment for you. Okay. Nangong heard Mashiro's words, agreed, and took off his shirt. With his back facing Mashiro, it was convenient for Mashiro to apply the ointment. Looking at the many scars on Nangong's back, some were very new, and some seemed to be a bit old. Mashiro has seen it many times. Even when applying the ointment, his hands have touched these scars more than once. But whether it was before or now, Mishiro would feel some sourness in his heart. These years, this boy who was only a little older than him, in a ninja's environment, which was almost full of killing and blood, Xianxia really suffered a lot. Even now, Xianxia still suffered such pain. These years, it's been hard on you, Mishiro said very softly, but Xianxia still heard it. He just shook his head. Some things, you just have to get used to it. Chapter 50. In the medicine room, the smoke was lingering. The faint smell of herbs, accompanied by the rising wisps of sandalwood, went into people's noses all the time. Xianxia was soaking in a huge bathtub at the moment. All the major acupoints on his body were pierced with golden needles that trembled as Xianxia's muscles contracted. In order to stabilize Xianxia's physical strength and sword qi, Wang had been adjusting Xianxia's body with medicinal baths and acupuncture for the past few days. Because the time was short, the effect was unknown. But every time Xianxia lay in the bathtub, the feeling was very uncomfortable. Because there was a stove under the bathtub with a raging flame burning all the time. It was heating the bathtub. What Xianxia was going through right now was an ancient punishment for killing someone. Fortunately, Xianxia's physique was very strong, and Wang had been calculating the time of the medicinal bath according to Xianxia's limit. So for the time being, Xianxia just felt uncomfortable. Wang, it has been several days. I don't know how Wang is going to control the sword qi in my body. Xianxia had been at Wang's mercy for the past few days. It could be said that he was ravaged to a certain extent. After the torturous medicinal bath, Xianxia lay on a bamboo bed on the side. When Wang was about to continue the acupuncture, he raised his doubts. Wang ignored Xianxia and just looked at the golden needles in his hand. He took out a few particularly long golden needles and soaked them in a bottle of medicinal liquid. Then he walked to Xianxia with the golden needles. "Lie down," Wang said. Xianxia lay down on the bed, but he still turned his head, wanting to get an answer. Seeing that Xianxia would not give up until he achieved his goal, Wang began to tell Xianxia his treatment plan. Sword qi is actually a double-edged sword. If you use it well, not only can your strength increase, but you can also use the characteristics of sword qi to put yourself in an indescribable fighting state. You can fully exert your ability. Xianxia thought about it and found it was true. Although Xianxia's emotions would become a little off after using sword qi, he could feel that his swordsmanship and sword qi were extremely compatible during the real battle. Furthermore, his ears were sharp and his eyes were sharp. When he carefully sensed it, he could even feel a slight coolness in his mind, allowing him to maintain a strange calmness. Therefore, I have 3 treatment plans here: upper, middle, and lower. The first one is the worst. Use acupuncture, medicinal baths, and many other methods to guide the sword qi out of your body. In this way, you will naturally lose your foundation and collapse. But this will greatly damage your muscles and veins. Even if you rely on the strong, self-healing ability of your internal force, there will be a long period of weakness. At the very least, it will be counted in years. Take into account that you are a ninja. It is too dangerous to lose the ability to protect yourself. So this is the worst. The second one is the worst. I can weaken the sword qi in your body to the greatest extent and maintain it in a relatively stable state. You have to come to me regularly to guide the sword qi out of your body. Of course, I can also give you the method. As long as you find a qualified medical ninja, it can also be done. However, if you do that, your inner strength won't grow any further, because every strand of internal force you cultivate will be assimilated by the sword qi. And in order to prevent the sword qi from growing, you have to guide the sword qi out of your body. If this is repeated, your internal force will not grow. The third one is the best. The great Tao is 50, and heaven is 49. Naturally, it still contains a glimmer of vitality. Internal force and sword qi come from the same source, but their natures are completely opposite. Everything in the world is just yin and yang. If you can adjust the ratio of internal force and sword chi, mix the two, you have me, I have you. His inner strength had become more aggressive, and his sword chi had become more neutral. Then, you will have an extremely terrifying development potential. However, this method is also extremely dangerous, because you will be on the verge of becoming a demon at all times. If you are not careful, you will fall deep into the demon's den and be unable to extricate yourself. And this method is also the one that I can use the least. You can only rely on your feelings to reconcile the two. In your current form, your sword chi still needs to be transformed more. And more sword chi represents that you are closer to the abyss of becoming a demon. So, although I said that there are 3 strategies, the best, the middle, and the worst, but each method has its drawbacks. No one can have the best of both worlds. In fact, the premise of these methods has not been achieved. You still need to strengthen your body and spirit. Let your mastery of internal force and sword chi increase. Truly understand your power, and not only know half of it, and can only apply it. What I can do is to guide you. The only one who can really cure you is yourself. Owen finished his long speech, but the amount of information contained in it made Nangong's head buzz. None of the 3 methods was actually a cure. The worst and middle strategies were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. They temporarily alleviated the crisis of becoming a demon, but they did not really solve the problem of becoming a demon. Not to mention the best strategy, that was to gamble with one's life, to see if one could really reconcile the 2 forces. It sounded like it was just to maintain the balance between the 2. But how long has it been since ancient times? How long had the internal energy existed? Although there were no clear records, it must have been hundreds and thousands of years. During this long period of time, how could there not be many geniuses born? But the system of internal force was still declining. Even the important treatment method of becoming a demon was not passed down. That proved that the so-called best strategy was actually just an idealized theory. It was not certain whether it would work. So these 3 strategies, in terms of benefits, the best strategy was naturally the biggest. But in terms of safety, the worst strategy was the safest. There was a period of weakness in exchange for his life. It was not a loss, but Nangongzhi was now in the stage of adolescence. Years of recuperation was unbearable for Nangongzhi. A ninja without strength, could he still be a ninja? Moreover, before becoming a ninja, Nangongzhi was also a swordsman. A sword would rather break than bend. This kind of sharpness was always hidden in the depths of Nangongzhi's heart. Nangongzhi's definition of himself was always a swordsman. There were some things that a ninja could do, but as a swordsman, Nangongzhi did not allow himself to do so. Chapter 51. Nangongzhi looked at the black sword beside him. The black sword's jagged surface reflected the light from time to time. Awang, I am a ninja, and I am also a person who cultivates internal strength. But before that, I was a swordsman. Although today, the swordsman group has almost been abandoned by history, but I still believe that I am a swordsman. Ants drag out their lives, but swordsmen would rather die. Of the 3 plans you gave me, the worst one is actually the least dangerous one, but I still don't want to choose it. As a swordsman, my will and the long sword in my hand don't allow me to live like this. So, I choose the 3rd plan. No matter if I live or die, I won't live in vain, right? After Nangongzhi said these words, he suddenly felt his whole body and spirit relax a lot. Owen took a look at Nangongzhi and slowly shook his head. He slowly stroked his snow-white beard with his withered hand. Ha! You swordsmen are all so stubborn. But this is right. Swordsmen should be like this. Looking at Ah Wang's laughing appearance, Nangongzhi lost his composure for a moment. Ah Wang always had the appearance of a humble old man in front of Nangongzhi. But at this moment, when Ah Wang was laughing, Nangongzhi could vaguely see the figure of a frivolous youth. Who in the world isn't frivolous? Ah Wang's laughter slowly faded, his pair of dim yellow eyes slowly covered with a layer of mist. Not only swordsmen, even swordswomen used a sword. That's why I became like this. Alwyn slowly wiped a drop of turbid tear from the corner of his eye. I think you have been curious more than once. How can an old man like me, who has never cultivated internal strength, be so familiar with the cultivation system of internal strength? After all, I don't have any signs of cultivating internal strength, right? Xianxia was stumped by the question because he and Liang were indeed in a dilemma over this issue. Seeing Xianxia like this, how could Awang not understand clearly in his heart? My family has been studying medicine for generations. Every time we reach adulthood, the successor of our family will travel to various countries and treat illnesses for free to hone his medical skills. It was the same for me. I was just 16 that year. I was young and frivolous and did many ridiculous things. I also got to know a lot of people that I will never forget. One day, I was still on my way when I found a young girl who had fainted on the side of the road. At that time, the world was not stable, and the Shinobi World War was on the verge of breaking out. A young girl is different from me. After all, I have medical skills. At that time, there weren't any medical ninjas, so it was mainly doctors like me who treated them. So my life won't be in any danger. It was too dangerous for women in that era where demons danced wildly. So I went to her side and used first aid to save the young girl. So I took her with me. After a long time, she must have developed feelings for me. Her name is Xianxia. Like you, she is a cultivator of internal energy. But she is not the same as you, because her strength is very ordinary. The shinobi world was in turmoil, so we naturally encountered a lot of dangerous situations. I had no strength, so Xianxia taught me a set of body techniques in order to give me some strength to protect myself. It's the set you saw before, but that's because I didn't practice it well, and my ability to escape was just ordinary. So, many times, Xianxia secretly began to use sword energy to protect the safety of the two of us. After a day of accumulation, the proportion of sword energy in Xianxia's body became heavier and heavier. When I noticed it, Xianxia was already possessed by the devil. At that time, Xianxia was extremely ruthless when dealing with the enemy. That kind of Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia I knew. Xianxia told me some things about internal energy and sword energy from time to time. So I relied on my family's golden needle tribulation method to seal the sword energy in Xianxia's body. So Xianxia's consciousness returned to normal. I told Xianxia that I could draw out all of her sword energy. In this way, I could save her. But Xianxia still refused. Xianxia was also a swordsman. Just like you, a stubborn and proud swordsman. You can abandon anything, but you are never willing to abandon your pride. After that, Xianxia was completely possessed by the devil. It was me who personally sent Xianxia away. This is the pain of my life. That's why I wanted to help you when I saw you. In my life, I can't forget Xianxia. I thought if I can save you. When I saw Xianxia in the underworld, I could tell her that the internal energy is not gone. The swordsman also did not disappear, because I tried my best to save her junior. When Awang said the last part, the tears on his face couldn't stop flowing. But Awang seemed to be unaware, just blindly indulging in his story and feelings. Who doesn't hurt in the world? How could everyone not have some sorrowful feelings? Just like Awang in Xianxia's past. Just like Xianxia and Mishiro now. Even just like Xianxia and Xianxio's feelings. After a long time, Awang finally broke free from his sad mood. Young man, I made a fool of myself. Awang's old face showed a free and easy smile. These old things have been buried in my heart for a long time. Suddenly saying it out loud made me forget myself to this extent. But it's fortunate. I met you. If you can live, I have one less regret. Looking at Awang, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of emotion lingering in his heart. If he grew old, would he be able to recount the past and tell others about it with relief and carefreeness? Sorry, Xianxia suddenly said, I did doubt your motives before. After all, the internal energy is very important. I have to be careful. It's okay. Wang waved his hand to show that he could understand. The two didn't say anything more, and Wang quickly finished inserting the needles on Nangong's back. There weren't many needles on Nangong's back, but they were all along the spine. Each needle was very long, not only poking into the flesh. Under Wang's superb skills, these golden needles went deep into the spinal cord. Some medicinal liquid on the golden needles was injected into Nangong's spine through the guidance of the golden needles. These medicinal liquids were all drugs to promote blood production and increase physical strength. In this way, it stimulated Nangong's body to recover, and at the same time, stimulated the operation of the internal energy. Chapter 52. In this way, Nangong spent every day in a medicinal bath and acupuncture treatment. Slowly, the effects of the medicine came into play. Nangong's physical fitness began to improve steadily. Not only strength, but also flexibility, cell activity, and other indicators began to rise. Originally, Nangong mainly relied on brute force to defeat 10 people. At the same time, he also used some speed-type sword techniques. However, the skill-based sword skills had always been a shortcoming for Nangong, because Nangong did not start practicing from a young age. At the age of 11 or 12, although his muscles and bones were not completely shaped, he was still not as flexible as those who started practicing since childhood. The medicinal bath prepared by Wang and the medicinal liquid on the golden needles during acupuncture had greatly stimulated Nangong's tendons, meridians, and bones that had already been shaped. It made up for Nangong's original shortcomings. Moreover, Wang seemed to have developed a prescription to balance his internal strength and sword energy. In the past few days, Nangong's internal strength and sword energy had reached a balance. Without using internal strength and sword energy, Nangong's signs of being possessed by the devil had stabilized after using the medicinal bath. Young man, in the past few days, your physical condition has generally stabilized, right? Wang asked after removing the needles from Nangong. Thanks to Wang's tireless efforts in recuperating my body these days, I am indeed much better. Moreover, my mental state is not as irritable as before. Nangong sat up from the bamboo bed, picked up his clothes on the stool next to him, and put them on. After feeling his physical condition, he answered Wang's question. Very good. Then this will be the last acupuncture treatment I will give you. Wang nodded and put away the golden needle in his hand. The last time? Nangong was suddenly a little confused. Was Wang going to change the treatment method? What do you mean? Nangong asked. I've already done all that I can with my medical skills. The effects of those medicinal baths and liquids have already reached their limits. So, there's no point for you to stay here. Wang stroked his beard and said indifferently. So, whether or not I can break free from this demonic state will depend on my own luck. Nangong mumbled to himself. Then, Nangong supported himself on the bamboo bed and stood up. He bowed deeply to Wang. Wang didn't stop Nangong. He just looked at Nangong and waited for Nangong to say something. Thank you, sir. Actually, you and I are not related, but sir has been very considerate of me. If it weren't for teacher stopping me when I was about to leave, persuading me with reason and emotion, and even explaining the dangers of becoming a demon for me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. My life and my relationship with Mishiro would have been in an unsalvageable situation. Looking at Nangong's current state, Wang didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with emotions. If he didn't die early, perhaps Wang would have his own children. Presumably, he would have a grandson as old as Nangong, right? Young man, actually, I have a presumptuous request. After hesitating for a long time, Wang finally opened his mouth. You're my savior. If you need any help, I'll naturally help. There's no need to say any presumptuous request. Nangong heard Wang's words and quickly agreed. I've been studying medicine all my life, so I've long been open to life and death. Life and death is just a way of living, and I'm not that stubborn. But, after all, I'm still living in this world, and there are some things that I can't let go of. Wang turned around and opened a window in the medicine hut. In the courtyard, Mishiro was playing with Ling Er. Nangongja followed Ah Wang's line of sight and saw Ling Er. You're saying? Nangongja already had some guesses in his heart. That's right. Actually, my time is almost up. At most, I can only struggle at death's door for 1 or 2 years. Although he was clearly talking about his own life and death, Ah Wang didn't seem to be the least bit strange. Instead, it was as if he was talking about someone else's matter. So, you hope that I can take care of Ling? Nangongja roughly guessed Ah Wang's meaning. Ling and I don't have any blood relations. Back then, I came to this village to practice medicine. There's a huge outbreak of plague here. 9 out of 10 houses are empty, and many people have died. The rest of the people also ran away. When I passed by, I wanted to collect some samples to study the characteristics of this plague. I wanted to use my medical skills to eliminate the source of the plague and make this place habitable again. However, when I walked to the door of Ling Er's old house, I heard a burst of baby crying. Ling Er's house wasn't in the densely populated part of the village. Instead, it was a bit remote. So when the people in the village fled, they didn't find that there was a baby in this house. So I brought Ling Er out. I don't know what her real name is, but I saw a string of bells on her hand, so I called her Ling Er. Over the years, Ling Er is really like my granddaughter. But the ninja world has always been turbulent. When I was still here, the people of various countries would give me a little face. Plus, the strategic value of this village is not great, so Ling Er can have a relatively safe living environment. But if I leave, I'm really worried about Ling Er's safety. You're a wood leaf ninja, and your strength is also very outstanding. I hope I can entrust Ling Er to you and let you take good care of her. When talking about his own life and death, Wang was very indifferent. But when he talked about his concern for Ling, his love overflowed. The love and care in each of his fists was truly touching. You can rest assured that Ling is your granddaughter. These days, whether it's me or Mishiro, we've been infected by Ling Er's naive kindness, and we treat her as our own sister. Even without your entrustment, we will do our best to protect Ling Er. When Wang heard Nangongja's words, his whole person seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden and relaxed a lot. With your words, I'm relieved. These years, Ling has accompanied me to treat patients and can be regarded as a beginner in medical skills. I'll tidy up the books and entrust them to Ling. It can be regarded as a continuation of our lineage. Let Ling also have some skills to eat. After that, Wang ignored Nangongja. He turned around and began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to organize the medical books. It was such an ordinary scene, but Nangongja didn't know why his heart ached. Chapter 53. After a few days, Nangongja packed his luggage and took Mishiro and Ling Er on a long journey. He didn't know what Wang told Ling Er, but when Ling Er left, she was very excited. She was like a primary school student who knew she was going on an outing, pure and happy. But how could a child's mood not be fluctuating? When Nangongja and the others walked for about half a day, it was already close to noon. They stopped and prepared to cook. At the same time, they were brewing a medicinal soup for Nangongja to maintain the balance of his internal energy. I don't know if Grandpa has eaten lunch. Looking at the burning firewood, Ling Er suddenly muttered to herself. Then, his expression became somewhat gloomy. Don't worry, before we left, didn't we ask the neighbor next door to take care of Ah Wang? There was a family next door to Ah Wang's medicinal hut. This family had always relied on providing Ah Wang with some of their own herbs to earn some extra money. Therefore, their relationship with Ah Wang was very good. The neighbor next door also knew that Ling Er couldn't cook because she was leaving. The two families agreed to bring a portion for Ah Wang when they cooked. Oh, I know. Ling Er nodded, but she was still a little unhappy. She held a piece of paper in her hand and flipped the firewood under the stove from time to time. I miss Grandpa a little. When she said this, Ling Er's eyes were obviously covered with a layer of mist. It looked like tears were about to gather and fall to the ground. Ling Er, Big Brother saw a little white rabbit. Do you want to go catch it with Big Brother? Seeing Ling Er like this, Nan Gongzhi didn't feel good in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to divert Ling Er's attention and not wallow in sadness. Rabbit? Ling Er raised her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity and a fresh light. Seeing Ling Er's appearance, Nan Gongzhi finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head and gave Mishiro a look, indicating that he should bring Mishiro out for a walk. Then he took out a firework stick from his back and handed it to Mishiro. I don't feel very good about this place. There might be some trouble. This is for you. If anything happens, use it to inform me. When everyone decided to rest, Nan Gongzhi carefully observed the surrounding environment. There was a dense forest, tall trees, and a few steep hills. Such a place was simply a natural bandit's nest. However, it was obvious that Mishiro and Ling Er did not have much energy left to travel, and he needed the medicine to maintain the balance of his internal energy. Therefore, he stopped here. But since he was going to take Ling Er out to relax, he naturally had to be fully prepared. All right, I got it. I'll be careful. Looking at Ling Er's appearance, I felt my heart ache. But he couldn't bear to tell her about a Wang's condition. He could only take it one step at a time. You can show her around. Nan Gongzhi nodded and walked to Ling Er's side. He took Ling Er's hand and squatted beside her. Let's go. Big brother will bring you to catch a little rabbit. Then we raised it so that Ling Er could play with it every day. What do you think? Nan Gongzhi said gently. Ling heard Nan Gongzhi's voice and suggestion. At that moment, she didn't have many thoughts in her heart. She was only interested in Nan Gongzhi's suggestion of raising a rabbit. Ling nodded vigorously, indicating that she agreed. All right, let's go. Nan Gongzhi stood up, say goodbye to Mishiro, Jieja. Goodbye, Mishiro, Jieja. We'll come back later to bring you a little rabbit. Ling obediently said goodbye to Mishiro, then pulled Nan Gongzhi and ran forward. Looking at Nan Gongzhi being pulled by Ling Mishiro couldn't help but smile. Mayagong has also changed. The first time I saw Mayagong, although Mayagong didn't show me a cold face, the estrangement that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. Now, Mayagong can be so gentle to Ling and me. She has indeed improved a lot. Mishiro muttered to herself as she turned around. She took care of the stove. Nan Gongzhi and Ling also began to look for rabbits in the forest. Nan Gongzhi wasn't just spouting nonsense about the rabbit. He really did find traces of the rabbit. That was why he decided to bring Ling out. Otherwise, if they couldn't find the rabbit, wouldn't it be so awkward and annoy the little girl? Nan Gongzhi was now using a series of chasing techniques that he learned from White Fang to catch rabbits. If White Fang knew about this, he might be so angry that he stomped his feet. This way is definitely correct. Nan Gongzhi laid on the ground and carefully observed for a long time. Finally, he stood up and pointed in a direction. Brother. Ling rolled her eyes and looked at Nan Gongzhi. This is the 11th time you changed directions. Nan Gongzhi was a little embarrassed by Ling stare. He quickly patted his chest and said, Don't worry, it's definitely correct this time. In less than 3 minutes, we will definitely find it. At this moment, the sound of animals stepping on the ground suddenly came from the surroundings. A rabbit scurried out in an instant, leaving behind only its back and disappearing. The direction it disappeared in was the opposite of where Nan Gongzhi pointed. Ling looked at Nan Gongzhi with a face full of disappointment. Then he chased after the rabbit that had just scurried out. Ling slowed down. The terrain here is complicated. Don't run too fast. Nan Gongzhi chased behind Ling and shouted loudly. The rabbit was frightened and ran even faster. As for Ling now that she was focused on catching the rabbit, how could she have the time to care about what Nan Gongzhi said? The two of them chased the rabbit further and further away. Suddenly, Nan Gongzhi's nose twitched a few times. This smell was blood. Moreover, it was not just the blood of a few people. At least 40 to 50 people had been killed to create such a strong stench. Nan Gongzhi suddenly sped up and hugged Ling in his arms. He covered Ling Er's mouth to prevent her from making a sound. Ling, don't talk, listen to me. Nan Gongzhi put his mouth close to Ling Er's ear and said in a very soft but clear voice. Ling, nodded and Nangongja let go of Ling. A lot of people died in front, at least 40 to 50 people. I can already smell the blood. This place is very dangerous now, so I will send you to Mishiro's sister first. You stay with Mishiro's sister. Then I will go and check. After saying that, Nangongja carried Ling. They quickly returned to Mishiro's place. Mishiro, a lot of people died in this area. I will go and take a look. Chapter 54. Hearing Nangongja's words, Mishiro understood the situation. He reached out and grabbed Nangongja's sleeve. You must be careful. You are injured and can't use your full strength. If you can't, just retreat. Don't force yourself. Now, Mishiro understood Nangongja's physical condition from all along. Although he didn't know about the sword chi and being possessed by the devil, he also knew that Nangongja couldn't use his full strength. Don't worry, I will be careful. You stay here with Ling Er. I will summon Li Yang to protect you. After speaking, Nangongja called out to Li Yang in his mind. Li Yang, I need you to protect the two of them. Can you shrink a little? Without a doubt, Li Yang's huge figure was a huge target for them. Only if Li Yang could shrink her body would Nangongja be at ease leaving Li Yang here. Of course I can shrink. But kid, if I am not by your side, you won't be able to summon the black armor. Li Yang reminded Nangongja at the right time. Don't worry, although I can't use too much internal energy now. However, he was still able to escape. What I am afraid of now is that someone will take the opportunity to come here after I leave. They will be a threat to Ling Er and Mishiro. You stay here for now. Nangongja stretched out his finger and bit a small wound. Blood seeped out. Nangongja pressed his finger on the lion's head seal on his shoulder. Li Yang, come out. The lion's head seal's blood-red light covered Nangongja's entire palm. Nangongja pressed his palm on the ground. A blood-red array instantly covered the ground under his palm. Roar! A small but arrogant sound came from the array created by Nangongja. Little girl, this is the second time we've talked. Li Yang, who was summoned by Nangongja, raised her head and looked at Mishiro. She looked at Mishiro with a dignified expression. Mishiro was stunned, but after a short while, Mishiro came back to his senses. Opening his arms, he hugged Li Yang in his arms and rubbed his face against her. What a cute little poodle. It's even black. In an instant, Li Yang's entire body went Sparta. I'm a lion. Lion. Li Yang was in Mishiro's embrace and was pressed down by Mishiro's large breasts. He shouted intermittently that he was a lion. Ling Er, who was standing at the side, saw Li Yang's appearance and her eyes sparkled. Big brother, this puppy is so cute. Can I hug it? And this puppy can even talk. Li Yang did not refute this time, because at this moment, Li Yang was already rolling her eyes because of Mishiro's large breasts. Okay, Mishiro. Pull Li Yang down. Look, it can't even breathe. Under Nangongja's persuasion, Mishiro finally let go of Li Yang. At this moment, Nangongja finally had the time to properly observe Li Yang's current appearance. It still had black fur and a golden mane. However, the mane had become very short, and Li Yang's size had also become that of an ordinary poodle. The golden flames on its tail and limbs had been retracted by Li Yang. Looking at it now, it really did look like a dog. Li Yang, seriously, you really do look like a dog right now. Nangongja looked at it and finally squeezed out this sentence. Li Yang, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, heard Nangongja's words and instantly exploded. It looked at Nangongja and bared its teeth. Isn't it because you wanted me to become smaller? The only way I can become smaller is to seal all the strength in my body and turn into a child. But, no matter what, I am still a lion. A lion, not a poodle. You are insulting my pride as a lion. Li Yang shouted with all its might. However, it still looked like it was trying to cover up something. Nangongja did not want to continue this topic with Li Yang for too long. After all, there was still a matter that involved dozens of lives waiting for him to investigate. Therefore, he said to Mishiro, I'll leave Li Yang to you guys. He is my spiritual beast. Although he looks like this now, he is still very reliable. If anything happens, he will protect you guys. And I will be back. Hearing Nangongja's words, Mishiro nodded indicating that it was fine. Therefore, Nangongzhi ran toward the source of the smell of blood. Of course, after a few steps, he heard Li Yang scream. Nangongzhi did not care about this matter. Anyway, with Li Yang's current appearance, it would be strange if Mashiro and Ling let him go. Soon, Nangongzhi relied on his physical fitness and the light body technique he learned from Awang to quickly find the source of the smell of blood. Nangongzhi stood on a wide branch, holding the trunk with his hand. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Nangongzhi was a person who had experienced the Shinobi World War. What kind of killing scene has he not seen? However, the scene in front of him was so bloody that it was hard to accept. On an open space of nearly 200 square meters, it was covered with broken arms and limbs. One by one, the severed arms and legs were placed in a pattern. It formed a huge formation. The body of a person who was cut into a stick was placed in the middle of the formation. It was like a jindo. Whether it was the severed arms and legs or the body of a stick, they were still very fresh and bleeding. The blood that was constantly flowing out gathered on the ground and flowed along the pattern of the severed arms and legs. It left a deep bloody mark on the ground. Nangongzhi finally understood why he smelled the strong smell of blood. This was deliberately done by the person who created this scene. They relied on the blood of these dead people to draw this formation. This formation? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Nangongzhi suddenly felt that the formation he saw was somewhat familiar. It's similar to the cult totem that I saw in the cult extermination mission that I participated in. Nangongzhi suddenly remembered. When he was besieging the cult members were all fearless and rushed toward the wood leaf ninjas who were besieging him. He kept shouting for the protection of the Lord Evil God, saying that he would definitely become immortal. Then, they threw themselves in front of a group of ninjas and desperately wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from the wood leaf ninjas. Evil God cult? Nangongzhi muttered. Then, he jumped into the blood formation and walked to the center of the formation. This jindo wasn't a traditional jindo. Instead, it was a bit like a well, empty in the middle. Nangongzhi stood on the edge of the well and looked at the bottom of the hollow part. Chapter 55. In the center of the temple, a silver-haired boy was submerged in blood. The viscous blood had begun to turn black, and some of it had even condensed into blood clots, sticking to the boy's hair. This person doesn't look like one of the victims, Nangongzhi muttered in his heart, because it was obvious that the people who died here were killed as materials for this evil cult formation. The boy submerged in blood obviously didn't have any physical injuries. Therefore, Nangongzhi slowly pulled out the black sword behind him. Nangongzhi also knew a little about the evil cult's crazy doctrine. If this terrible cult was resurrected, it would undoubtedly be an extremely bad thing for many people. Just as Nangongzhi raised the long sword in his hand and was ready to stab the boy, the silver-haired boy submerged in blood suddenly screamed, and his whole body jumped out of the blood pool. Finally, the black-clothed youth landed on the edge of Jingguan Temple amidst the rain of blood that splashed in all directions from Diandian's jump. At this moment, Nangongzhi finally saw the true face of the young man. This is simply not a face that a normal person should have. Black and white formed a strange, but strangely beautiful graffiti. The boy's arms and legs exposed under his tattered clothes also turned black with white patterns. Ha ha ha! I did it! I did it! The boy laughed madly, and his eyes were filled with tears because of the laughter, mixed with the blood clots that slipped from his hair and crossed the boy's strange face. Evil God Sama really exists. From today on, I, Haiden Sama, am immortal. Ha ha ha! The silver-haired boy Haiden laughed wildly. In Nangongzhi's eyes, it was so sick. But at the same time, Nangongzhi also found a ninja forehead protector on Haiden's neck, which belonged to the land of Hot Water Ninja Village. You are a ninja from the land of Hot Water? You actually fell into the evil cult of the evil cult. You simply lost the face of the Hot Water Ninja Village. Nangongzhi pointed the tip of his sword at Haiden, and Haiden also got out of his crazy state. looking at Xianxia in front of him, and the wood leaf ninja forehead protector inlaid on Xianxia's coat. Wood leaf ninja? Let me tell you, I, Master Fei Duan, am now an immortal superhuman who has been blessed by the evil god. You're not good enough. Looking at Haiden's arrogant face, Xianxia felt uncomfortable. It's not like I haven't killed anyone from the Cthulhuism Society. They all said that they were immortal, but in the end, didn't they all get their heads chopped off and become a pile of mud on the ground? Looking at Xianxia's cold and indifferent appearance, Fei Duan's heart instantly surged with anger. Haiden's ninja talent is not very high. When many of his friends have reached the realm of Chunin, Haiden is still wandering in the realm of Genin, because Haiden's physique has been very bad since he was a child. Whether it is the amount of chakra or physical fitness, he is almost at the bottom of the list. Because of this, Haiden is often looked down upon. It is precisely for this reason that Haiden joined the evil cult without hesitation after he discovered the evil cult and understood its terrible doctrines, and even treated himself as a sacrifice to the so-called evil god Sama. How dare you? How dare you? Haiden lowered his head, and his whole face was distorted. His teeth clenched together tightly, and the place where his eyes were set was bleeding because of the excessive force. He raised his head fiercely, and his whole person roared, "How dare you look down on me? Those who look down on me die." Looking at the suddenly crazy Haiden, although Xianxia seemed to be careless, he still put on a fighting posture, waiting for Haiden's attack. The Land of Hot Water is a weak country. Originally, the Land of Hot Water, which shone in the First Shinobi World War, has fallen to the point of third-rate shinobi village. But Xianxia still didn't look down on Haiden. Every shinobi village has one or two very dangerous moves or cards up their sleeves. Xianxia will never take this kind of thing lightly. Go to hell. At this moment, Haiden didn't have his terrible three-edged sickle, so he just grabbed a standard kunai and rushed forward to fight Xianxia. At first, Xianxia also held back a little. He was ready to test Haiden's strength. But slowly, Xianxia found something wrong. It's not that Haiden is strong, but that Haiden is too weak. In the shinobi world, ninjas around 20 years old like Haiden have almost no comprehensive strength lower than a chunin. Most of the ninjas who can be sent out to perform missions alone are chunin. The strength shown by Haiden now is obviously at the genin level. And since Haiden didn't use a wave of ninjutsu before the fight like ordinary ninjas, then it proves that Haiden's ninjutsu level is not good. A ninja with not good ninjutsu, ordinary taijutsu, unknown jinjutsu, and not strong spiritual power. What kind of shinobi village would let such a ninja come out of the village and lose face? Xianxia looked at the sloppy flying Duan and really couldn't bring himself to fight. He increased the strength of his hands. The complicated fatal 13 swords, under Xianxia's accelerated wave, was like a gorgeous firework, exuding its own deadly and beautiful brilliance. Haiden faced Xianxia's accelerated swordsmanship and increased strength, but he was somewhat dwarfed in an instant. The kunai in his hand almost fell out of his hand under the huge force. You will die here, you remnant of the Cthulhuism Society. You will rot here with these people who were killed by you, and turn into a handful of yellow earth. After finding an opening, Xianxia exerted force with his feet and charged forward. The black sword pierced straight into Haiden's eyebrows. Yellow and white liquid seeped out along some uneven places on the black sword. Xianxia exerted force in his hand and pulled the black sword out of Fei Duan's head. Looking at the filth on the black sword, he frowned. He shook the black sword hard to get rid of all the filth on it, and slowly inserted the black sword into the scabbard on his back. Now that I have figured out what is going on, and I have solved this remnant of the Cthulhuism Society, let's go back and find Mashiro. And Xianxia just lifted his foot and was about to leave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a hidden weapon breaking through the air from his side. He quickly turned sideways and avoided the hidden weapon fired at him. The moment he turned around, Xianxia opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Chapter 56. He saw that Haydn, whose head was blown up by his sword, was standing behind him. The posture of his body showed that the shuriken just now must have been released by Haydn. You? What the hell are you? Xianxia felt that his worldview had collapsed. A living person had his head blown up by his own sword. How could he stand up again? It really hurts a little. Haydn stretched out his blood-stained hand and touched the yellowish-white brain matter that was flowing out of his forehead. His face was filled with 30% pain and 70% ridicule. Since you made me feel so much pain, how about it? I'll make you feel pain too, bastard. Haydn rushed towards Xianxia again with a ferocious face. But his clumsy body really didn't give Xianxia the slightest pressure. Seriously, you can practice that strange secret method of the Cthulhuism Society and make yourself immortal. It really surprised me. Xianxia slightly bent his arm, the black sword on the gauntlet, and sparks splashed out. But you're just too weak. Inferior taijutsu, no performance in ninjutsu, low-level spiritual ability, and unstable mental state is enough to prove that your jinjutsu must have no achievements. A ninja, whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, they all have no achievements. Do you really think that you could defeat me with this so-called immortal body? After listening to Xianxia's words, Haydn went berserk. Because Haydn had heard Xianxia's words more than once. Ever since he was young, Fei Duan's frail body had cast a shadow over his life. Even if he worked hard to become a ninja, he was still looked down upon and laughed at by others. Do you think that this kind of inhuman appearance is what I want? Haydn raised his withered and dark hands, and a few drops of blood tears oozed out of his eyes. Slowly, the blood tears left obvious traces on Haydn's dark face. I am a ninja of the country of hot water. Ninjas of this pathetic country that has forgotten the war. I have been working hard all my life to become someone who can once again establish the backbone of my country, let it prosper again, and be valued by the entire ninja world just like during the First World War. But I didn't do it. It's because of this frail body of mine that I no longer have the slightest chance to fulfill my wish. Is the Cthulhuism Society's item useful or not? I think you, the person who exterminated this religion, have the right to speak. However, I spent nearly 10 years researching it, just because it gave me a faint glimmer of hope to realize my dream. Lord Cthulhu has blessed me. From now on, I will never die. I am the evil god. The evil god is me. I will turn those who look down on me into blood sacrifices for the evil god. Let each and every one of them get the ending they deserved. Become a source of my strength. The people on the ground are none other than the people from my village. I gave them a kind of poison that weakens their limbs and knocked them out. Then, one by one, they were turned into human sticks. Although their limbs were weak, but the pain was still there. They could only watch themselves being dismembered. They can only pray to God, let their blood run dry as soon as possible, so that they can fall into a coma or die, so that this kind of pain can be removed from their body. Listening to Fei Duan's narration, Xianxia's whole body trembled. Such a sick personality, isn't it determined by his childhood experience? Now, the sickness and distortion is simply to the point of no return. You are really possessed. Compared to the phenomenon described by a Wang to himself, Xianxia suddenly found that standing in front of him, this young man was full of flaws. Suddenly, he felt that a huge demon shadow shrouded Fei Duan's body. Demon? Ha! I like your adjective. From now on, I, Fei Duan, am a demon, a living evil god. I want the whole world to tremble for me. The late-stage Chunibu patient Fei Duan is officially online. This person is incurable. Xianxia instantly understood that Fei Duan could no longer be changed by words. The only way to stop this demon was to kill him. Xianxia didn't try to speak anymore, but only exerted force on his feet. The black sword danced in Xianxia's hands. That's right. That's it. The black sword constantly attacked Fei Duan, although Fei Duan tried his best to dodge Xianxia's attacks. but he still couldn't completely force him away. The black sword left marks on Fei Duan's body. Blood kept flowing out from Fei Duan's body. As the battle progressed, Fei Duan's face became pale because of the lack of blood. Even the strength of his hands weakened a lot. Sure enough, Nangongzhi finally understood how to defeat Fei Duan. Indeed, Fei Duan's ability was very troublesome. No matter how disdainful his strength was, his undying ability was very troublesome. Break your limbs. Nangongzhi's swordsmanship suddenly became sharp, and his body became hazy. His body swayed and flashed past Fei Duan. He swung his sword continuously, and the limbs that were broken were naturally the limbs that Nangongzhi spoke of. Without the support of his limbs, Fei Duan fell to the ground and became a standard dog eating shit. Indeed, your undying ability is very difficult to deal with, but it's only limited to being difficult to deal with. Nangongzhi held the black sword in his hand, and drops of blood dripped down the black sword onto the ground. Slowly, Nangongzhi walked in front of Fei Duan. Although you don't die, you can't heal instantly. All your wounds will recover at the speed of a normal person. At this time, Nangongzhi also used the tip of his sword to point at the wounds that he made on Fei Duan's body. So if I cut off your limbs, can you still move? Moreover, your body doesn't seem to be able to adapt to the loss of blood. When you lose too much blood, your face will become pale, your hands will become weak, and your reflexes will decrease. So, cutting off your limbs can also make you lose a lot of blood. Look at the people around you. Since you can turn them into rods one by one and let them slowly wait for death, then you should also have a taste of what it feels like. Then, Nangongzhi cut off Fei Duan's head. After all, since Fei Duan didn't die even with a hole in his head, wouldn't it be better to cut off his head and let Fei Duan experience the helplessness of the people he killed? It seemed that Nangongzhi's bad taste was awakening. Chapter 57. Nangongzhi left just like that. Only Fei Duan, who had been dismantled into several parts, was left on the ground. Blood kept flowing out from Fei Duan's body and limbs. But wasn't the amount of blood flowing out a bit too much? Because at this moment, the blood flowing out of Fei Duan was almost twice the amount of a normal person. On the ground, Fei Duan's blood gathered into a small blood pool. At this time, on a big tree near Fei Duan, a huge pitcher plant strangely emerged from the trunk. The pitcher plant suddenly opened, revealing Ju's half-black and half-white face. After Ju's entire body came out, Ju walked to Fei Duan's head in the pool of blood. He stretched out his foot and kicked Fei Duan's head, making Fei Duan's face. Okay, don't pretend to be dead. Nangongzhi, that kid has already left. The voice was a bit teasing. It was White Zetsa talking. At this moment, Fei Duan, who was lying on the ground with a pale and bloodless face, suddenly had a lively look in his eyes. Seeing that it was Ju standing in front of him, his whole body seemed to relax. I thought who it was. It turned out to be you. Hurry up and put it together, otherwise you really might not be able to withstand it. Looking at Fei Duan on the ground, Ju was speechless. He didn't think that there was an existence in this world that made people more speechless than White Zetsu. He raised his right hand. Thin branches stretched out from his wide sleeves. The branches were like silk threads, connecting Fei Duan's limbs, head, and body that had been cut off. I can only help you put the body together temporarily. In the future, when you team up with your partner, he will be able to help you recover better. The voice was a bit calm. It was obviously Black Zetsa talking. Why are you so sure that I will definitely join your organization? Fei Duan seemed to have recovered a lot at this time. Sitting on the ground like a little hooligan, it was clear that he wanted to ask for a sky-high price and ask for more benefits for himself. If it weren't for the information we provided, you wouldn't have been able to perfect your immortality technique. Since you fought with Nangongzhi, you should be able to see how big the gap is between you and the high-level combat power of the major ninja villages. We'll give you more secret techniques that suit your abilities. He spoke with fervor and assurance, giving off a déjà vu of a multi-level marketing organization. Fei Duan thought about how he had been beaten up by Xianxia, and a nameless fire burned in his heart. He had actually fallen to the point where he had to rely on his own ability to play dead. This was the only way to escape Xianxia's death threat. Xianxia discovered that Fei Dan's various weaknesses, such as slow recovery and insufficient blood supply, were actually all deliberately displayed by Fei Dan. Although at that time, Fei Duan's mental state was not very calm. However, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to think of a way to survive. This was the real ninja's thinking. As long as he could survive, as long as he could complete the task, even if he had to lose his so-called pride and dignity, it didn't matter. Compared to Xianxia, Fei Duan was more like a qualified ninja. A secret technique that suits me more? Well, anyway, I've killed so many residents of the land of hot water, and there's no way out. There's nothing wrong with going to your so-called Akatsuki organization. Obviously, Fei Duan was tempted by Ju's words. Very well, then from today on, you are a member of our Akatsuki organization. Ju suddenly waved his hand, and a huge plant grew out from his side. The huge bud quickly opened, and a robe and a ring lay quietly in the stamen. From today on, you are Santai of the Akatsuki organization. Ju put the black robe with red clouds on Fei Duan's body, and put the ring engraved with the word Santai in front of Fei Duan. Fei Duan reached out and took a bloody kunai beside him and made a deep mark on the forehead guard on his neck. It was a symbol of his betrayal. The remaining blood on the kunai was like crystal under the reflection of the light of the forehead guard. Fei Duan stood up silently, and a big smile appeared on his face, but a slight wetness still lingered in his eyes. In this generation, no matter how dissatisfied and hateful you are to your own ninja village, no matter how much you hate it, when you betray the ninja village, the sadness in your heart can't be hidden. From now on, the village that gave birth to me will be my biggest enemy in my life. Ju walked in front, and Fei Duan silently followed behind him. Very well, from now on, the members of the Akatsuki organization are gathered. This ninja world, wait for me to stir up the storm. Ju thought silently in his heart. As for Xianxia was currently looking at Li Yang, who was dressed up by Ling, Er, and Zhun Bai, with a constipated expression. Linger, I'm the one who harmed you. Xianxia didn't dare to say this sentence, but he mourned for Linger in his heart for a moment. Although overall, Linger is still the original Linger, but looking at it carefully, there are some differences. For example, what the hell is this pink hairpin? It's obviously Linger's hairpin. Why is it clipped on Linger's ear? Also, where did this bright red eyeliner come from? Does Mashiro have such eye-catching eyeliner? The most helpless thing is not this. This was because Li Yang's lips were painted a fiery red. Xianxia, help me. These women are not human. If I didn't run fast, my little brother wouldn't be able to keep it. They actually said that if a puppy is not castrated, it's not a good puppy. Linger swung her tail that was tied with a bow and ran to Xianxia's side as if she was running for her life. In an instant, she turned into a shadow and returned to her lion head seal, leaving behind all kinds of small decorations on the ground. Following closely behind were naturally Mashiro and Linger. Wait, Liang-chan, I just found a very beautiful blush, Mashiro shouted as he ran towards Xianxia. As for Linger, although her face was red, she still ran behind Mashiro with anticipation in her eyes. Seeing Xianxia, Mashiro suddenly seemed to have forgotten his crazy enthusiasm towards Linger. Instead, he reached out and ran his fingers through his hair. Gong, are you okay? If he hadn't heard Li Yang's words, he would have really thought that Zhun Bai and Ling were worried about his safety just now. Oh, I'm okay. It's settled. Xianxia could only say slowly. Chapter 58. What did you guys do to Li Yang? Xianxia wanted to talk about Li Yang's appearance, but he was interrupted by Mashiro before he could finish his sentence. Listen to me, Miyagi. We were bored waiting for you, so we found a lot of wild vegetables. Since you said that there is no danger, why don't we make a pot of soup? Mishiro said as she grabbed Nangongjia's arm. She pulled Nangongja to where she was just now. There was no other way. Mishiro obviously didn't want to talk to him about abusing Liang, so Nangongja could only ignore Li Yang's wailing. He followed Mishiro to his own campsite. Looking at Mishiro and Ling Er busy making soup, Nangongja felt that he couldn't help much. Therefore, he sat down under a tree and started talking to Liang. Liang, I found the remnants of the Cthulhuism Society at the place where I went to investigate. Because Nangongja had doubts about whether Haydn could successfully complete the secret technique of the Cthulhuism Society, he wanted to know Li Yang's thoughts. When Liang heard Nangongja's words, he stopped wailing. Instead, he was slightly stunned. Is it the current Cthulhuism Society or the past Cthulhuism Society? Liang suddenly asked such a strange question. Does the Cthulhuism Society have a past? Nangongja heard Li Yang's words and felt strange. Because when Nangongja destroyed the Cthulhuism Society, he also saw some information about the Cthulhuism Society. It said that the Cthulhuism Society had only existed for 12 or 2 years, and it had only been 1 or 2 years since they started to flourish. How could there be a past? Boy, do you believe that there's a God in this world? Liang didn't care about Nangongja's question, but he suddenly asked such a question. I don't believe in gods. Even the legendary ancestor of the shinobi world, the Sage of the Six Paths, isn't he a very powerful person who is close to being a god? Nangongja didn't know why Liang would ask him such a question. He just answered according to his own thoughts. Gods exist, but they also don't exist. Because God is different from the omniscient and omnipotent existence that you know. The gods that existed in this world were more like the embodiment of the world's rules. Time, space, death, life. They were the basic elements that made up the entire world. The embodiment of these 4 elements is the so-called God. Liang briefly explained some information about this world to Nangongja. So, you're saying that the evil God really exists? Nangongja said tentatively. That's right. Under the 4 main gods, there are countless lesser gods. The evil God is one of the minor gods under death. And the so-called Cthulhuism Society now was actually developed by a group of people who discovered some ancient books left behind by the Cthulhuism Society. But a lot of the key information has been lost. So this so-called Cthulhuism Society that you annihilated was just a group of pitiful people who became a group of fanatics under the name of the Cthulhuism Society. Even if Nangongja couldn't see Li Yang's face, he still felt that Li Yang must be shaking her head and sighing. Then the person I saw, where did he get the secret techniques of the ancient Cthulhuism Society? Nangongja was a little puzzled. This is also what I don't understand. Logically speaking, there are only a few inheritances that can be passed down from ancient times. But there are only a few of them, and they are all relatively decent forces. Logically speaking, they can't come into contact with such a deep secret technique of the Cthulhuism Society. Liang pondered, but for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a more convincing answer. But if the person you said called Haydn really got some inheritance of the ancient Cthulhuism Society, then he wouldn't have the flaw of excessive blood loss and slow recovery. In ancient times, the Cthulhuism Society was a group of guys who made people very uncomfortable. Their recovery is extremely strong, and there is no option of being killed, and it seems that there are a lot of secret techniques that can make their opponents die unknowingly. Nangongja was surprised. You mean Haydn didn't die? That's probably the case. Such a difficult guy didn't die. I don't know how many more disasters will happen because of this in the future. Anyway, we are about to go to the land of hot water. I will go to the hot water village on the way and tell some information about Haydn to the higher-ups there. Although Haydn doesn't bring much pressure on me now, most of the reason is that he has just completed the transformation of his body. There is still a lot of room for improvement that hasn't been explored. When he can fully exert his strangeness, it can be said that he is a difficult character to deal with. Nangongja actually recalled Haydn's ability at this moment, and he was still a little scared. Even if this strange ability hasn't been explored deeply, it is still a great advantage when fighting against ordinary ninjas. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't completely relax after the headshot, he would have received a lot of damage from the shuriken no matter how hard he tried to dodge it. What are you doing? The meal is ready. Don't we have to hurry? Come and eat. Seeing Nangong just sitting under the tree in a daze, Mashiro took a spatula and hit Nangong's head. Looking at Mashiro standing in front of him, she was wearing an apron, one hand on her waist, and her small mouth was slightly pouting. Nangong couldn't help but smile. Hey, why are you suddenly smiling like this? It's disgusting. Although she said it was disgusting, Nangong still saw Mashiro's slightly red cheeks. Okay, let's go eat. Nangong stood up and patted the dust and withered grass on his body. He walked toward Mashiro and Ling. Wow, this smells so good. As expected of Mashiro, even some wild vegetables can be so delicious. Listening to Nangong's compliment, Mashiro's small head was raised high, and she nodded, indicating that Nangong was right. At this time, Ling pulled Nangong's sleeve. She handed over Nangong's internal energy soup. Brother, here's your medicine. Ling blinked her small eyes and looked at Nangong. She clearly wanted Nangong to praise her, which was really cute. Ling is also very powerful. Nangong patted Ling's head. Ling was like a little kitten, slightly squinting her eyes, and her head slightly swayed along with Nangong's palm. Then can I continue to play with the puppy? Ling suddenly said. Nangong oars. Chapter 59. In the following period of time, Nangong was under the attack of Linger's eyes and Mashiro's various attentive attacks. He also let Li Yang out a few times. Finally, the two girls had some sense of propriety and didn't dress up too excessively for Li Yang. And the most important thing is that the extreme threat of castration is finally gone. Although, Li Yang's calves were still a little soft when she was alone with Mashiro. Soon, under the leisurely rush of the few people, Nangong and the other two arrived at the land of Hot Spring, which is famous for its many hot springs. Finally arrived at the land of Hot Spring. Nangong stood in front of the land of Hot Spring's boundary and stretched his body. I never thought that the road to the land of Hot Spring was so far. Looking at Nangong complaining in front of everyone, Mashiro was a little angry. What, do you dislike me and Linger for dragging you down? Even if Nangong was so powerful, he would still wither from the blow of his beard and glare. How can that be? It's my blessing to be able to take Mashiro, San, and the lovely little Linger with me. Nangong had a wicked smile on his face as he pretended to be obedient to Mashiro, then reached out to pat Ling-er's head. He didn't know why, but since the last time he touched Linger's head, Linger's kitten-like appearance really made Nangong's heart drunk. Therefore, Nangong liked to touch Xiao Ling-er's head whenever he had nothing to do. Immediately, Nangong took back the smile on his face and put his hand on Linger's head. He slightly adjusted his expression and said, I'm with Yukagura now. The incident I investigated before is very related to Yukagura, so I need to provide some necessary information to Yukagura. Hearing that Nangong had business, Mashiro and Linger didn't pester Nangong anymore. In that case, you can go to Yukagura. Linger and I will find a hot spring hotel nearby to stay. You can come to us after you finish your business. Mashiro said and walked in front of Nangong. Although she was talking, she still stretched out her small hands to straighten Nangong's clothes. Don't worry, the land of Hot Spring is recognized as a neutral area. There's no danger. You and Ling can have some fun here and rest for a few days. Nangong looked at Mashiro, who was straightening his clothes. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of his sister Nangong. Looking at Mashiro in front of him, Nangong reached out his hand and touched Mashiro's head. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. It was just like what he had done to Nangong when he had to go on a mission. Mashiro's face suddenly flushed red, but she didn't reach out. Instead, he was uncharacteristically stammering when he spoke. Who's worried about you? Anyway, you come back safely. Looking at Mashiro's appearance, Nangongja couldn't help but smile. Mashiro was never a substitute for Nangongro. Mashiro is Mashiro. Mashiro's every move was Mashiro's charm. This was something that couldn't be denied. Looking at Nangongja's smile, Mashiro slowly put away her shyness. She just looked at Nangongja's face gently. Then, I'm leaving. Before Nangongja's voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Mashiro looked at the place where Nangongja just stopped and raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair. Then she turned around and held Linger's hand. Let's go, little Linger. Let's find a place to wait for Mayong to come back, okay? Mashiro squatted down and put her at the same level as Linger's. It seemed like she was trying to convince Linger, but it also seemed like she was trying to convince herself. Linger nodded, and Mashiro started to look for a hotel with Linger. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Let's not talk about Mashiro and Linger's trivial matters for the time being. Nangongja, after losing Mashiro and Linger's burden, quickly arrived at Yuzakura. Stop! Who is it? Nangongja just arrived at the gate of Yuzakura and was stopped by several guards. Looking at the several ninjas guarding the gate, Nangongja was a little disappointed with Yuzakura. Although most of the ninjas guarding the gate of Woodleaf were Chunin, their number was huge. There was also a special guard force led by the Uchiha clan to guard the village. But what about the ninjas guarding the gate here? There were just a few insignificant genin shrimps. Some of the hidden posts were also covered very crudely. This allowed Nangongja to find the flaw with a single glance. Yuzakura, it's really a ninja village that has forgotten the war. Haiden wants to re-erect the backbone of a ninja village in a country like this. It's really a big and empty dream, Nangongja thought, but he still took out his Woodleaf ninja headband from his arms. It's a ninja from Woodleaf. Please wait a moment. I will inform the leader of our village. The ninja guarding the gate was very polite, but he was very cautious. It seems that in front of a ninja from Woodleaf, his posture has been lowered to a very low level. He didn't even ask the ninja level of the other party, and he was going to invite the leader of his village to greet him. Soon, a middle-aged ninja-dressed man arrived at the gate. Some luxurious clothes seemed to indicate the identity of this middle-aged man. Hello, I'm a ninja from Woodleaf. Woodleaf Jonin, Nangongja greets you. Nangongja saluted the leader of Yuzakura out of courtesy. Oh, this ninja from Konoha is too polite. Too polite. Our Yuzakura and Woodleaf village have always been good friends, like brothers. Why do you need to be so formal? I think you're very close, so why don't you call me brother? You and I brothers can get close, isn't it good? The leader of Yuzakura said extremely intimate words. If it was an ordinary person, they might think that Nangongja and the leader were very close. You are too polite. You are the leader of a village, and I am just a pawn of Woodleaf. How can I be so loved by you? Actually, I came here for a serious matter. On the way to Yuzakura, I found a bloody sacrifice of nearly 40 or 50 people's bodies, and the one who did it was a ninja from your village called Haiden. This person has clearly indicated that these 40 or 50 people are residents of your village, and he has expressed his decision to betray the village. I came here to explain it to you. This. The leader of Yuzakura was very panicked when he heard this news, and even his forehead squeezed out a lot of cold sweat. Chapter 60. Nangongja looked at the Yuzu leader who had become flustered in front of him and lowered the combat level of the village by a level. Can such a leader really lead the people of Yuzu to gain a foothold in the ninja world? Fortunately, Yuzu didn't have any resources that could make other countries jealous. Otherwise, they might have been swallowed alive by other countries. Kanzuya is really shameful. A soft voice suddenly sounded around Nangongja's noisy surroundings. But Nangongja still heard it clearly. Kanzuya. It was the name of the leader of Yuzu who led the way in front of him. Just a businessman. I don't know what kind of despicable means he used, but he actually sat in the position of the leader of Yuzu. The discussion around him was getting louder and louder, and the volume was enough for a normal person to hear clearly. But Xianxia, who was walking in front of Xianxia, still didn't react. It seemed that he couldn't hear the criticism around him. The smile on his face was still bright, and the respectful look was still maintained. This person, Xianxia, stood behind Xianxia, so he carefully observed Xianxia's expression and posture. A person who can still do what he wants in the midst of the criticism around him. His mentality and so on are completely unaffected. There are only two possibilities. This person is a coward, and this person's thinking is extremely profound. How can a person who can sit as the leader of Yuzu be a coward? Sir, this is the office of our Yuzu. Let's go in first about the disappearance of several residents in Haydn. Let's go in and talk about it in detail. Xianxia still had a respectful look, and even the door of the office building was open for Xianxia. Looking at the bowing appearance, Xianxia didn't know why, but he felt a needle-like feeling in his back. This person really doesn't look like an ordinary person. To be able to do this, how can he not have a big plan? Thank you. Let me do this kind of small thing. You are the leader of a village, and I am just a pawn in Woodleaf Village. I am flattered that you treat me like this, Xianxia said as he took the door handle from Xianxia's hand. No matter what He's plan was, it didn't affect Xianxia at all. Xianxia only cared about the people around him. As for other matters, Xianxia would avoid them as much as possible. This was also one of Xianxia's principles in Woodleaf Village, because the crushing of the major forces in Konoha is too fierce. The Inoshikacho clan, the Uchiha clan, the Yuan Fei clan, where the 3 generations of Hokage came from. The Senju clan, where the first and second Hokage came from, and many other small and medium-sized forces were either independent or attached to the great clans. They formed alliances with each other, back and forth. Under the seemingly calm lake of Woodleaf Village, huge waves were set off. Although Xianxia was a little famous, but in front of the family's strength, it was still not enough. Except for himself, who had a deep relationship with the Hitaki clan because of the way he entered the village, Xianxia almost didn't get close to any of the clans. Before White Fang killed himself, many people thought that Xianxia wanted to rely on the Hitaki clan, a rising power. But after White Fang's death, those people had no scruples, and all kinds of wooing emerged one after another. Even the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, and the Root, directly under the Danzo directly, they all invited Xianxia. However, Xianxia rejected all of them. Because of this, Xianxia was assigned some very difficult tasks for a long time after that. Such a peaceful village on the surface, but behind the dirty village. Xianxia really couldn't bring up the will to die for him. Looking at Xianxia took the door handle from his hand. Xianxia's heart was somewhat different. Because of the war between Woodleaf and Lane, the land of hot water became the only way for Woodleaf to resupply. During this period, Konoha's ninjas seemed to be amiable, but in fact, their arrogant attitude has been tolerated for a long time. For these ninjas of big countries, they also had a feeling of contempt and envy. But Xianxia seemed to be humble. He didn't match the image of Woodleaf ninja in his mind. The two of them politely talked back and forth, explaining the situation of Haydn and dozens of ordinary villagers one by one. But Xianxia was obviously not interested in this. Instead, she was somewhat tired. Xianxia didn't care so much. After all, Mishiro and Ling were waiting for him to find them. Here, he didn't know whether Xianxia was a real coward or just pretending to be a coward. It was really useless. Therefore, Xianxia quickly returned to the place where Mishiro and Ling were. Then he opened a room, ready to rest here. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Xianxia wore a bathrobe and went out to take a walk. This Xianxia is just a businessman. How do you think he became the leader? 2 old people who seemed to be a bit old were chatting under a big banyan tree. Xianxia obviously heard the name of Xianxia, so he walked over. Excuse me, you two, the Xianxia you were talking about. Is he the current leader of the hot water ninja? Seeing that Xianxia was just a teenager, the 2 old people also became interested in talking for a while. You don't know. This Xianxia was originally the richest man in our country. The hot spring industry in the country is under the name of Xianxia. This matter is known all over the country. But later, during the Shinobi World War, the former leader of the hot water ninja wanted to cut off the supply line of the wood leaf, so he prepared to assassinate the former leader and destroy the supply storage point of the wood leaf. But the wood leaf was aware of it, and the supply was not destroyed. Instead, they set a trap, and the Thunder Ninja who came to attack were caught off guard. It was a good victory, but the Thunder Ninja didn't know why they suddenly became angry with the former leader. After many rounds of assassination, the former leader unfortunately died. Later, Xianxia was chosen as the new leader of the Hot Water Ninja. This matter, everyone is talking about it. Many people said that it was because Xianxia colluded with a powerful person from a big country. With the support of this powerful person, Xianxia became the military leader of the Hot Water Ninja. The elders were still rambling on about something, but Xianxia couldn't listen to them anymore. Who would have thought that a businessman with no strength can sit on the throne of the leader of the village? A powerful person from a big country. I don't know who it is. Chapter 61. Xianxia had stayed in the country of hot water for nearly 3 days. Almost every day, he took Mishiro and Ling to play. He didn't know if Mishiro had forgotten that his purpose of coming out was to paint. The hot springs in the country of hot water had some special features. But no matter how special things were, he would lose interest if he saw them every day. Therefore, Xianxia was actually prepared to tell Mishiro and Ling, after packing up some of his belongings, he could leave here. But it turned out that plans were always disrupted. On this day, Xianxia carried his black sword and came back from his morning exercise outside. It was still early, around 5 o'clock in the morning. When Xianxia walked to the door of the hotel he was staying in, he found a team of shinobi standing at the door of the hotel he was staying in, as if they were waiting for someone. The leader of the shinobi seemed to be looking around, and after seeing Xianxia, he quickly ran over. Jonin-sama, the leader of the shinobi, didn't seem to tell his subordinates about Xianxia's identity. The leader of the shinobi just thought that Xianxia was an ordinary wood leaf jonin. Although the etiquette was thorough, the respect was obviously not enough. "Is it your leader, Xianxia-sama, who asked you to find me?" Xianxia asked knowingly. After all, in such a country, the only person who could command an entire team of shinobi was Xianxia, the leader of the shinobi in name. "Yes, Xianxia-sama has something important to discuss with you. He wants to invite you to the office of the shinobi." This shinobi was very different from ordinary shinobi and shinobi villagers, because most of the villagers and shinobi didn't have a good impression of Xianxia, who had no strength but a shrewd businessman. However, when this person mentioned Xianxia's name, the light in his eyes was very bright for a moment. It was like every wood leaf resident was the same when they mentioned Naruto. It was a kind of existence that formed a pillar in the soul. It seems that this ninja is Watanabe's confidant. Although they had only interacted for a short time, and Xianxia hadn't fought with this ninja yet. But judging from his casual performance, this person's strength is at least at the Jonin level. "How should I address you?" Xianxia asked the ninja. "Just call me Waterluster." Tangren's leader, Waterluster, was obviously not a person who was good at chatting. Finally, Xianxia opened his mouth, but he abruptly cut off the entire topic. Coincidentally, Xianxia was not a talkative person. Therefore, the scene where the two of them interacted with each other was so cold that it felt like it was going to snow in June. Finally, the two of them remained silent for a while. Xianxia was the first to break the silence. "Please lead the way and come with me to meet Lord High." Waterluster nodded and moved towards Xianxia. He wanted to show that he was leading the way for Xianxia, and the ninjas who came with him began to have some thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that all the powerful people were like this? After all, Xianxia and Waterluster's ability to deal with people was really unbearable. Just like Xianxia, when he talked to leader Xianxia, he was unexpectedly low-key. And now, when he talked to Water Luster, it was very awkward. It was not like a person with a normal EQ would do something like this. Ignoring the strange eyes of the Tang Ren around them, Nangongzhe and Water Luster soon arrived at leader Kanzuya's office. Kanzuya was sitting behind a huge desk, and a very extravagant pure gold Tang Ren symbol was hanging behind Kanzuya's back. The posture of a nouveau riche. Why did Lord Kanzuya ask me to come here? Nangongzhe pulled a chair opposite to Kanzuya and sat down. Do you want to ask me more about Haiden? Considering that Kanzuya was absent-minded last time, Nangongzhe thought that Kanzuya wanted to communicate with him about Haiden. But Kanzuya, who was sitting behind the desk, shook his head. Actually, I have already ordered about Haiden. The whole ninja world has also started to prepare for Haiden's arrest. I can't do anything more. After all, Tangren doesn't have a huge Umbu department like the Great Ninja Village. Hearing Kanzuya's explanation, Nangongzhe couldn't say anything more. But Nangongzhe still felt that Kanzuya didn't seem to care about such a crazy ninja in his ninja village. In fact, this time, I invited Nangong Jonin to come here to ask Nangong Jonin to go to the Wood Leaf with our congratulatory team. Congratulatory team? Nangongzhe was a bit strange. I don't know who the congratulatory team is. Seeing the doubts in Nangongzhe's heart, Kanzuya immediately began to explain. It's like this. Our Tang Run and Wood Leaf Village have been ninja villages for generations. So when Wood Leaf Village has a happy event, our Tang Run will send a congratulatory team to congratulate them. For example, when the Hokage ascends to the throne, our Tang Run will send a team to Wood Leaf Village to cooperate with the Wood Leaf Village. This time, the fourth Hokage ascends to the throne. Because the war just ended, Tangren also had a lot of problems in the war. In order to solve the internal problems, Tangren didn't send anyone to attend the ceremony. These days, I heard that the fourth Hokage and his wife's child is about to be born. We wanted to send a team of ninja to congratulate them, and at the same time, to express our apology for not attending the ceremony. However, in these days, Nangong Jiaonan, you must have heard a lot of Tang Ren's internal evaluation of me. Many people obey my orders on the surface, but in private, they obey in public but oppose in private. Saying that, Kanzuya's face couldn't help but show a lot of bitterness. Mizusawa and I grew up together. He knows my dreams very well. That's why he's always been supporting me. But except for him, I can hardly mobilize the high-level power of Tang Run. Because Mizusawa wants to protect my safety, I really can't find anyone to protect this congratulatory team. So, I can only ask you to protect this team to Wood Leaf Village. The embarrassment and entanglement in Kanzuya's eyes were obvious, and the reason Kanzuya gave to Nangongzhe was not a big problem. Nangongzhe thought, since I have decided to face the truth, then it's time to go back. Kanzuya-sama, since you have already said it to this point, I have no reason to refuse. Presumably, Kanzuya-sama also knows that the two girls with me are the employers of the task I am currently carrying out. I need to go back and ask for their opinion. Nangongzhe didn't rush. After all, he was not alone. Of course. Kanzuya also nodded. Kanzuya stood up and personally sent Nangongzhe out of the office building. Looking at Nangongzhe's figure walking away, he didn't say a word. Finally, he sighed and turned to enter the office building. The tall office building looked like a huge fortress at this moment, isolated from the outside world. Chapter 62. Nangongzhe naturally didn't see Kanzuya's performance. Of course, even if he saw it, he wouldn't care too much. Returning to the hotel, Nangongzhe saw Linger and Mishiro playing chess in the living room. Speaking of which, there's a need to explain. After coming to the land of hot water, Mishiro and Linger stayed in a good hotel. After Nangongzhe and Kanzuya met, several of Kanzuya's subordinates took Nangongzhe to this luxurious villa-like hotel. Nangongzhe, Mishiro, and Linger all had their own separate rooms. Kitchen, living room, and so on, everything was available. Naturally, there was also the most famous hot spring in the land of hot water. In the center of the house, there was a hot spring. It was surrounded by smoke all day long, but looked very good. Seeing Nangongja enter the door, Mishiro didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she frowned and looked at the chessboard. Mishiro and Linger were playing a chess game that Nangongja learned from his sister. It's called Go. It seems to have a long history, but for various reasons, it's almost impossible to see it in the ninja world. Mishiro, let's stop for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Nangongja patted Mishiro's shoulder slightly, indicating that he wanted to talk to her. But Mishiro seemed to be completely immersed in the game, and she slapped Nangongja's hand away. Don't bother me, little Linger, I don't know why. She's so good at chess, but I obviously learned this game longer than her. How can I lose so miserably? Mishiro's strong logic instantly made Nangongja and Linger very embarrassed. Sister, brother seems to be looking for you for a very important matter. Let's stop for a while. I'm a little tired. Go drink some water. Linger said very sensibly. After all, although Nangongja's face wasn't ugly, it wasn't very good either. It felt like he had a lot on his mind. No way. If he had something to do, he would talk about it later. In any case, it wouldn't delay anything. Go. Playing chess is the most important thing. All right. Mishiro was starting to pester endlessly. At this time, Nangongja and Linger had no choice but to continue playing chess with Mishiro. Under Linger's repeated throwing of the game, the two finally ended in a draw. But after calculating the numbers, Linger still had the advantage. Zhun Ashen's face turned a little sour. Then, Nangongja let Linger play by herself for a while. She pulled Mishiro into the study room. All right, Xiaolinger isn't here anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. She shook off Nangongja's hand and sat on a bamboo chair in the study room. Well, when I came back this morning, I was called by the leader of the shinobi. You know about it, right? Mishiro nodded, indicating that he knew, because when Nangongja left, he specifically left a person behind to inform Mishiro and Linger of his whereabouts. The shinobi leader called me to escort a team of shinobi to Woodleaf Village, to congratulate the 4th Hokage, Watergate-sama, on the birth of his child. Nangongja also found a place to sit down and slowly said, So, we're going back to Woodleaf Village soon? Mishiro asked, but his brows slightly wrinkled. I didn't immediately agree, because after all, I'm still responsible for escorting you around to collect information. And it's very troublesome to bring Linger to Woodleaf Village. Linger has been living with a Wang in that remote mountain village. She doesn't even have an ID. When Mishiro heard Nangongja's words, his brows relaxed. A girl's mind is always delicate. Seeing Nangongja asking for his opinion, his mood was a lot better. Linger's ID, I can think of a way. It'll be done soon. As a person who can hire a jonin to perform a long-term mission, his social power and wealth can be imagined. So for Mishiro to be able to solve such a problem, Nangongja didn't feel much surprise. There's one more thing. It's about my sister. Nangongja slightly lowered his head so that Mishiro couldn't see his face. Sister? It's been so long. I don't seem to have heard you mention your sister. Indeed, Nangongja and Mishiro have been together for nearly 4 or 5 months. But Nangongja didn't mention that he had a sister. Naturally, Mishiro was sensitive enough to sense that something wasn't quite right. You and your sister? Mishiro didn't say much, but the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Well, as you think. There are a lot of things, but don't worry. I'll solve it. It's been so long, there's no point in dragging it out. Nangongja's attitude was very firm. Nangongja hoped that he could use this opportunity to clear all the disputes between himself and his sister. Since you decided, then go. When I first came to Woodleaf Village, I only stayed in the outer residential area. Since I'm going with you this time, it's not a bad idea to let you take me to a place further inside. I don't know how it feels to see Woodleaf's famous Shadow Rock up close. Mishiro said and stood up. He opened the door and went to find Linger. Nangongja was left alone in the study room, thinking without saying a word. His own life, his own memories. All kinds of doubts. This time Woodleaf Village must be cleared up. But Nangongja never thought that pursuing the truth was indeed a good thing. However, if he were to dig too much into the truth, Would he end up being hurt by the sharp blade of the truth? But when people were young, they couldn't help but pursue the truth. Was it ignorance or fearlessness? The next day, Nangongzhi went to Kanzuya's office early in the morning. He told Kanzuya that he could bring Tang Ren's congratulatory team to Woodleaf Village. Kanzuya was extremely grateful and bombarded with all kinds of attentiveness. Nangongzhi left Tang Ren's office. After that, Nangongzhi stayed in the hotel until Tang Ren's people came to inform Nangongzhi to leave for Woodleaf. Nangongzhi was almost silent in the hotel. Originally, Ling Er wanted to ask Nangongzhi what was going on, but she was pulled back by Mashiro, because at this moment, Nangongzhi was no longer someone who could be helped by simple persuasion. This knot in his heart had to be untied slowly. No matter how much anyone said, it wouldn't have much effect. Nangongzhi was also very clear that this matter had almost become a huge obstacle in his progress. Chapter 63. The huge convoy has been moving slowly along the wide road. With billowing smoke and a somewhat restless heart, the convoy moved forward under the slightly scorching sun. In fact, Tang Shinobu doesn't know when Yandame's child will be born. After all, whether it's Namikaze's Watergate or Uzumaki's Shinakushina, their identities are extremely special. The specific situation of the descendants' arrival is naturally strictly guarded. Tang Shinobu only decided to go to Woodleaf through his own various channels, coupled with the influence of rumors from Woodleaf. After all, Woodleaf is such a big village for a small country like Tang Shinobu. The pressure is too great. Even if Woodleaf reveals a little bit of dissatisfaction, it will make Tang Shinobu fearful. This is the sorrow of the weak in troubled times. Nangongzhi was facing a somewhat hot evening wind. The weather was a bit strange, because it's already late autumn, but the weather is inexplicably hot. It seems that even the heavens are foretelling something. Woodleaf, it's been half a year since I went back. I don't know how Roro is doing in the village. Should I not be so obsessed with the fragments in my memory? Nangongzhi was lying on the roof of the carriage with a dry grass in his mouth, thinking in his heart, but I really want to know what happened. Yes, Nangongzhi is still tangled in how to face Nangongro. Over the years, Nangongzhi and Nangongro's relationship is not just a simple brother and sister relationship. Instead, it's closer, and they almost became the pillar of life between each other. Nangongro doesn't like to deal with people. Nangongzhi is a bit eccentric. It's because of these two people that they can no longer be separated from each other. Nangongzhi sat up and looked around. It seems that we have entered the territory of the Land of Fire. Woodleaf Village. It's not far away. The whole convoy drove for half a day, and at this moment, they were very close to Woodleaf Village. Nangongzhi was a little anxious, and he actually got rid of the convoy and jumped over the canopy again and again. Originally, Nangongzhi should see the peaceful scenery of Woodleaf Village. It's the mighty Shadow Rock. But at this moment, Nangongzhi didn't see these things. Instead, a huge red nine-tails fox raging in Woodleaf Village. Flames were burning everywhere, and wails spread all over the village. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and ruins. There were also many corpses. Nangongzhi instantly felt a little flustered in his heart. How can Nai, a ninja who specializes in medical ninjutsu, protect herself? Suddenly, Nangongzhi's heart was burning with anxiety. Liang. Nangongzhi summoned Liang. The shrunken Liang looked around and wanted to ask something, but she was interrupted by Nangongzhi's voice. The village was attacked, and I'm worried about Roro's safety. You go and inform the convoy to stop moving. I'll go find Roro and protect her safety, Nangongzhi quickly said. As soon as his voice fell, Liang couldn't see Nangongzhi's figure. Liang also knew that the situation was critical, so she didn't show her usual nagging nature, but quickly ran in the direction of the convoy. Not to mention the various matters after Liang arrived at the convoy. Nangongzhi anxiously ran to the place where he and Nangongro lived, only to find a broken wall. Even the fire on the wooden structure of the house had been extinguished. This was enough to prove that the house had been destroyed for a long time. However, after Nangongzhi used a small amount of internal strength in his body to strengthen his five senses, he found that Nangongro couldn't be in the ashes. So he immediately looked around. Finally, near Nine Tails, Nangongzhi found Nangongro. Nangongro was currently bandaging the wound of an injured ninja. Ro. Nangongzhi couldn't help but call out. Hearing the familiar voice, Nangongro also turned around and saw Nangongzhi. Brother. In an instant, Nangongzhi almost used his fastest speed to rush to Nangongro's side. He hugged Nangongro. I just want to take a look at our house, and found that it was all in ruins. I was so worried about you at that time. Fortunately, I found you so quickly. Nangongzhi hugged Nangongro tightly, as if this was the only way to express his feelings. I don't want to think about anything now. I just want you to live a safe and sound life. Nangongro felt Nangongzhi's words at this moment. Suddenly, she felt a little complicated. Nangongro shouldn't have been able to understand the reason why Nangongzhi stayed away from Woodleaf at that time. However, it had been so long. From Nangongzhi's various abnormal behaviors at that time, she could guess most of it. Okay. Nangongro buried her head in Nangongzhi's broad shoulders, suddenly feeling that this was the only place that made her feel most at ease. If Nangongzhi really found out the truth, it was actually not all a bad thing. Because as long as that was the case, she and Nangongzhi could— No, how could she think of such shameless things? Be careful, Nangongzhi suddenly roared. He pushed Nangongro, who was in his arms, to the side. He didn't even have time to pull out the black sword on his back, and could only rely on the gauntlet on his arm to protect himself. That's right, Nine Tails, who was wreaking havoc in the surroundings, suddenly became more violent at this moment. It wasn't just the four sharp claws that were constantly destroying the surrounding environment. Nine Tails also carried a huge force as it swept around in all directions. Furthermore, an even bigger chakra bomb was condensing in Nine Tails' huge mouth. Even Nangongzhi couldn't resist the huge force. He could only be thrown to the ground heavily, splashing a huge amount of dust. What was more dangerous was that Nangongzhi's precarious balance between the inner energy and the sword energy in his body had already collapsed at this moment. The sword energy was wreaking havoc in his body, and the inner energy was constantly exerting its power to repair Nangongzhi's body. Nangongro quickly ran over and looked at Nangongzhi's bulging veins. She frowned immediately. Possessed. At this moment, Nangongro vaguely understood Nangongzhi's current situation. In order to calm Nangongzhi's sword energy, she quickly took out a crystal that was emitting a blue light from a small pouch that she carried with her. This is the life-saving item that grandfather left behind. I thought that it would take a long time for brother to cultivate to this stage, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. At this moment, Nangongro's eyes didn't show the joy of solving the problem. Instead, there was an unusual seriousness in her eyes. Chapter 64. Looking at Nangongzhi's frowning brows, Nangongro could almost feel his pain. His entire body was being destroyed by the power that he had cultivated bit by bit. He felt his tendons, bones, and flesh being eroded bit by bit. Even the legendary 100 poisons devouring the body couldn't be compared to this, right? However, once this crystal was used, the consequences might be even more serious. Being possessed by the devil was actually the sword energy going berserk. As long as he was willing to give up his cultivation, seal his meridians, and use secret medicine, he could still save his life. However, the price to pay for this was the loss of his cultivation, and he would become a cripple. He couldn't even walk, sit, or lie down. Brother, after so many years, I think I understand you. If I ask you to live the rest of your life like a cripple, you definitely won't be willing. Nangongro's small hand clenched the crystal even more tightly. If I were to choose, I would want you to live. But if I were to choose for you, I would want you to die for yourself. Nangong Ro raised the crystal high. Brother, you've been working hard for me these past few years, doing a lot of things you didn't want to do. You've killed a lot of people you didn't want to kill. In the future, don't do this again. Live for your own sake. The sparkling light turned into streams of light, twining around Nangong Ro. The streams of light slowly converged into the crystal held high by Nangong Ro, and the blue light shone even more brightly. Grandfather, you wanted brother to recover so that he could protect me. So, you secretly left a seed in the internal energy you transferred to brother. Once brother tried to reverse the internal energy, the seed would be activated. It would quickly convert all the internal energy from you into sword energy. However, grandfather, you never thought that brother would become brother. He became a member of Woodleaf. All kinds of dangerous situations and brother's hard work made the internal energy in brother's body exceed the internal energy you transfer to him. So, the sword energy didn't have a complete advantage in the battle in the body. This crystal is the control device of the sword energy seed. At the same time, it's also the central device that mediates the internal energy and sword energy. I will now use my life energy to activate it. I hope that I can bring Oni Ai-san a glimmer of hope to continue to roam the ninja world with a sword. The light of the crystal finally reached its peak. Brother, wake up again. Nangong Ro pressed the crystal between Nangong's eyebrows. The seemingly sturdy crystal shattered in an instant. Instantly, it turned into a blue mist and enveloped Nangong's body. Bit by bit, the light mist merged into every inch of Nangong's body. At this moment, the violent sword aura and the weak inner strength had calmed down. Nangong's sword chi was slowly extracted, and the painful expression on his face gradually eased. Countless strands of sword chi that had been drawn out were wandering around Nangongja. But for a moment, it turned into a sword energy dragon. Stroking Nangongja's body, it floated in the air. The sword energy dragon was getting bigger and bigger, thicker and thicker. It even slowly became as thick as Ninetails' tail. Countless people's eyes began to focus on Nangong's place. Who is that person? At this moment, Yandame Hokage Watergate also noticed the special scene behind Ninetails. Originally, Watergate had consumed a lot of energy to resist Ninetails' Baijidama and the Masked Man's attack. But in order to stop Ninetails' rampage, Watergate could only fight with Ninetails. The hand seal in his hand was half-formed, but he put it down. Even ants drag out their lives, let alone Watergate. He had a wife who loved him and a newborn child. Even if Shina Kushina was the Ninetails' column force, at this moment, her life was in danger. But as long as Watergate was willing, there were still many ways to extend Shina Kushina's life. At this moment, the sword energy dragon outside Nangong's body gave Watergate a glimmer of hope to live with his family. Something's not right. The sword energy dragon has been hovering in the sky for a long time, but it never attacked Ninetails' demon fox. It just hovered on its own. And Nangongja, he was still unconscious, because at this moment, Nangongja was paying attention to the changes in his body. Originally, the sword energy had destroyed the tendons and flesh in his body. His internal energy had also started to weaken, and many damaged parts had not been repaired in time. But suddenly, a strange blue energy entered Nangong's body. The sword energy that enveloped his body was slowly extracted. But not all of the sword energy was extracted. Instead, there was a considerable amount of sword energy left in his body. The internal energy that had been suppressed to the point of death was now like a hungry tiger, instantly wrapping around the remaining sword energy. Slowly, the sword energy was eaten away and digested, and the internal energy also started to have some characteristics of the sword energy, showing off his ability. The black sword that had fallen to the ground when he was slapped away. Now, under the dual guidance of the internal energy and the sword energy, it was suspended in the air. It was waiting for its master to hold it again and conquer the world. Roar! Nangong's eyes suddenly opened, and he let out a long howl. Along with the sword's clanging sound, it was like a dragon's roar resounding through the sky. Subconsciously, Nangongzhi reached out his hand. The black sword seemed to have a mind of its own, and it landed in Nangongzhi's hand. At this moment, Nangongzhi's consciousness was still fuzzy. He was just following his instincts and calling for his parts. The huge body of Nine Tails was now a target in Nangongzhi's eyes. Slash! Nangongzhi did not roar, nor did he have any emotional fluctuations. He just waved the black sword gently, and the sword energy dragon rushed toward Nine Tails under the guidance of his internal energy. The sword energy dragon, as the name suggested, was made up of sword energy that specialized in killing. Therefore, one could imagine its power. Just as the sword energy dragon was about to hit Nine Tails' body, it began to disintegrate. It was not that the sword energy dragon did not have enough power and dissipated on its own, but this was the only way to display the strongest power of the sword energy. Countless sword energy twined around Nine Tails' body. No one knew how much of Nine Tails' fiery red hair was cut off. There were even many small wounds on Nine Tails' body. The nine-tailed beast had a strong recovery ability, but at this moment, the speed of recovery was far slower than the speed of injury. Wounds covered Nine Tails' body. Chapter 65. Sword Ki is a killing technique, so it naturally has an advantage when attacking. At this moment, the Sword Ki dragon has fully proved this point. After all, even the tailed beast, one of the 9 great weapons of the shinobi world, has suffered a lot of losses under the Sword Ki. However, the effect caused by the Sword Ki dragon was only temporary. These Sword Ki were forcibly extracted from Nangongzhi's body by the smoke formed by the blue crystal. Although Nangongzhi can use the Sword Ki dragon to attack Nine Tails to a certain extent by absorbing some of the Sword Ki characteristics of the Nangongzhi. But all of this is still a rootless tree, a water without a source. It could be a hero for a while, but it won't last long. After a while, the Sword Ki that was originally wrapped around Nine Tails' body has become thin. Roar! Nine Tails roared, and his limbs suddenly exerted force. All the chakra contained in his body burst out in an instant, and the powerful chakra formed a huge wind. You despicable humans! You dare to control me, dare to hurt me. After that bastard Madara, who dares to do this? Nine Tails' roar resounded over the entire shinobi village. I want you to die. Nine Tails' momentary venting seemed to have given the wood leaf the key to the truth. Control? The Kyuubi was actually manipulated by someone to attack Konoha? Thinking about it, Nine Tails was defeated by the wood leaf's first Hokage, Senju Takuma. Even Nine Tails' column force was the wife of the first Hokage. Although the Uzumaki family seal is very powerful, they still have some knowledge of the outside world. Konoha continued to produce many talented ninjas, and many secret jutsu and forbidden tomes were researched and developed by them. When fighting against other shinobi villages, they simply beat all the other shinobi villages with their strength. No matter how powerful the tailed beast is, in the end, they're still beasts, and they must follow the nature of beasts. How can they not know to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? It seems that all of this is related to the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Watergate couldn't help but think of the strange masked ninja who released Nine Tails and can use space ninjutsu. At this moment, Sandame, who was leading Konoha's shinobi to rescue, also returned to Minato's side. Watergate, thanks to Nangongzhi's sudden outburst, I've saved many villagers who couldn't save themselves. Hearing 3 generations of the tailed beast, ninja, Watergate nodded. Ninjas in the Woodleaf village. There's ninjas with leaf of ninjas as well. Although they are not ninjas, a large number of them are elite craftsmen, nobles, or wealthy merchants. Such people choose to settle in Woodleaf to ensure their own safety or to issue important tasks. If they lose this important prerequisite, then with Leaf we'll have a great loss in logistics and the number of tasks. This is a matter of face for with Leaf, and it can't be lost for a Hokage. Therefore, Watergate is willing to take a great risk and let the 3 generations of the tailed beast, who has retired to the second line, rescue them. But I think Nangong's current outburst can't last long. The storm formed by the sword energy has begun to disintegrate, and we need to find a way to deal with it. As Shui Min spoke, there was a trace of determination in his eyes. Obviously, he has made up his mind. You mean, Corpse Demon Seal? Sandaime suddenly remembered that Minato had been studying an ancient sacrificial seal from the Uzumaki clan, which was similar to that of a sacrificial seal. Watergate nodded, and even his hands began to print. Sandaime looked at Watergate with complicated eyes. Watergate can be said to be the most qualified ninja Sandaime has ever seen in his life. He is not blinded by the killing of ninjas all day long, and he keeps his heart unchanged. He is willing to open his heart to everyone, let himself turn into a flame to warm others and illuminate others. But at the same time, he will not be affected by his own emotions. When it comes to making a choice, he will not be impulsive and will always look at the overall situation. However, is he really going to watch such a young and energetic person fall in front of him? No, he is already old, and there are few things he can do. Although he can help Watergate suppress a lot of the older generation so that they can't cause any trouble. But for Watergate, isn't it just a little trouble? Watergate, don't be impulsive. Sandaime stepped forward, trying to stop Watergate. Your child has just been born, and Shinakushina is also in an extremely dangerous situation. You give up your life like this. Isn't it unfair to your child? Isn't it unfair to Shinakushina? Yes, you are a ninja. But before that, you are still a person, a father. You're living up to your responsibilities as a ninja, but what about other responsibilities? The Sandaime has been the Hokage for so long, and he has seen too much of Konoha's secrets and dark secrets that are hard to look at directly. The 3 generations of the tailed beast also forced his best disciple, Orochimaru, to leave. Studying ninjutsu involves a lot of problems with the human body, so how can it be done without human anatomy? Although on the surface, the major ninja villages resist this kind of behavior. But who dares to say that they haven't done it in private? A ninja is only valuable if he is alive. Dead? Isn't that just a corpse? 3 generations, Sama, I know everything you said. But Watergate turned his head and looked at the 3 generations. His eyes were even full of tears. I've been a ninja for so long, I have gradually forgotten what a person should be like. Yes, this is the kind of person who grew up in a ninja village, a place where military power is concentrated. No matter how strong their self-regulation ability is, there are always flaws. Even Watergate is no exception. Child, then learn slowly, just like you're learning a very rare ninjutsu. Nothing is born with knowledge. Everything is learned little by little. You have no parents since you were a child, and you must be worried about whether you will be a qualified father. In fact, there was no need for Minato to use such a powerful sealing technique as the Corpse Demon Seal, because Kyuubi had just left the body of the Jinchuriki, and a large part of his power had not yet recovered. He was already controlled. Unable to recover his chakra to the maximum efficiency, he finally regained his consciousness. But because of Nangong's sword chi dragon, Kyuubi got rid of Nangong's control. After that, he suffered a lot of injuries under the sword chi storm. In order to get rid of the last bit of sword chi, he stimulated the remaining chakra in anger. Now Ninetales can be said to be at the bottom of his strength. The opportunity to win has appeared. Chapter 66. Just when Sandaime wanted to say something to Watergate, Ninetales' eyes turned into 3 Tomo again. Kyuubi was being manipulated once again. Its huge mouth opened again, and a new Bijidama was ready to be released. However, it was obvious that Ninetales wasn't in the right state at this moment. The Bijidama was different from the previous dazzling light. It was flickering. It was obvious that although the chakra in Ninetales' body was huge, it had also fallen into a trough. It was obvious that the person who manipulated Ninetales was anxious. The sudden burst of sword chi disrupted the masked man's plan. In a hidden forest, at this moment, the masked man was standing on top of a tall tree. Wood leaf on fire was reflected in the masked man's only exposed eye. A constantly rotating three-tomo Sharingan also revealed the masked man's somewhat anxious heart. It seems that your plan isn't going very well. A joking voice sounded behind the masked man, and at the same time, a huge pitcher plant rose from the ground. It was obvious that the words just now were said by Zetsu. Hearing Zetsu's words, the masked man didn't say anything, but his somewhat chaotic breathing clearly showed that the masked man's heart was not calm. I always thought that your plan was a bit rushed. Although Ninetales is very powerful, but it's a bit wishful thinking to want to destroy Wood Leaf with just 9 tails. Zetsu walked to the masked man's side and kept talking. Right now, it's just a little famous Nangong's outbreak, then. If Sandame, who is known as the ninjutsu professor, who can single-handedly change the situation of the battle, goes all out, what kind of level will he be? Even if Sandame is not clear about how strong he is, you should be very clear about the power of the Yondame, right? That's it for this time. Anyway, it's not a big investment, but it's clear that Wood Leaf's strength is real, and it also caused a certain amount of damage. Not bad. Just take it as a small lesson for Wood Leaf. The masked man snorted coldly, and the Magatama in his eyes stopped spinning. He turned around and walked into the deep and dark forest. This person is really impulsive. White Zoo looked at the masked man's back and couldn't help but say, "Isn't it good? You and I both know how little experience he has. If it really is that shrewd, you and I will have a lot of trouble controlling it." This was perfect. Our priority now is not to fight with him, but to determine who the next column force is. Black Zetsu heard White Zetsu's nagging, and he voiced his opinion. That's true. Right now, the most important thing for us is to pay attention to who column force is. White Zetsu obviously agreed with Black Zetsu. On the other hand, Ninetales, under the control of the masked man, went berserk again after releasing a Bijidama that wasn't perfectly charged. It was just that it instinctively started to destroy everything. In Nangongja, when Ninetales' sword Chi Dragon exploded, Nangongja fell from the sky. Nangong Ro was taking care of her at this moment. Fourth Generation Head and Sandame seemed to have come to a conclusion after a short period of communication. Passed down the order for the whole barrier class to gather. Sandame waved his hand, showing the style of a ninja hero. Yes, a few of the bodyguards immediately knelt down and accepted the order. They scattered in an instant. 3 generations head. Then, let us first restrict Ninetales' movement, weaken Ninetales' physical strength, and wait for the rest of the barrier class to gather. Fourth Generation Head said, and his hands began to form seals. Summoning technique. Come out, Toadwin-Tai. A huge cloud of smoke rose, and Toadwin-Tai's figure appeared. Watergate boy. It's actually Ninetales. One Tai stretched out his claws and pointed at the similarly huge creature in front of him. But the situation doesn't seem right. Has he lost his mind? And his strength doesn't seem to be as strong as the rumors say. Watergate nodded, indicating that when Tai was right. Previously, Ninetales was controlled by someone and used up too much of his chakra. Moreover, Nangongja in our village suddenly exploded and caused a huge loss to Ninetales. Ninetales was controlled time and time again, and now his mind is in a mess. Watergate jumped up and stood on top of Win-Tai's head. Let's block him for a while, and then we'll work together with the entire barrier class to seal Ninetales. Ha ha! Fighting with the legendary nine-tailed beast really makes me excited. One Tai roared, pulled out his short sword from his back, and began to fight with Ninetales. Minato also cooperated with One Tai's attack and began to use Flying Thunder God Jutsu again and again, and then used Rasengan to cause damage to Kyubi. Looking at Watergate's performance at this moment, Sandaime suddenly began to feel a little excited, and he remembered how he felt when he was on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! Then I can't let Watergate monopolize the limelight. These old bones of mine can still give it a try. The third king's hands began to form hand seals. Spirit communication technique. Ape demon. A huge ape appeared in the smoke. Yuan Fei, you haven't called me out for a long time. The ape demon was obviously a cheerful person, and when he saw Sandaime, he immediately greeted him happily. It's been a while. After all, I've retired. There are fewer battles, but today you and I still need to fight side by side. Let's go all out. Yuan Fei said, pointing his finger at Nine Tails, who was fighting with Watergate. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would fight with Nine Tails. But Watergate Boy is really powerful now. You have chosen a good successor. Sandaime stretched out his hand, and the ape demon immediately understood the meaning of 3 generations. It turned into a huge weapon called Golden Staff. Don't think so much. This time I can finally have a good fight. Every ninja has a warlike gene flowing in their body. It may not be obvious at ordinary times, but once it's time to fight, everyone will be very excited. Just like 3 generations, he is usually like an amiable grandfather. But once the fight starts, his whole spirit condenses into one. It's like a humanoid weapon born for war. Ha ha! With a roar, the Jingu Bang in his hand changed according to his will, becoming bigger and longer. It smashed towards Nine Tails with a large front and a small back. The huge force even caused Kyubi to stagger. There were even traces of blood seeping out from the places where the Jingu Bang had struck. The fighting power of 3 generations is so fierce. Chapter 67. 3 generations and 4 generations were fighting fiercely against Nine Tails, and the fierce battle also inspired the confidence of many Wood-Leaf ninjas. Suddenly, the Wood-Leaf ninjas were fighting back and forth with Nine Tails. Victory seemed to be not far away. However, Yandaime-sama and Sandaime-sama are also very clear in their hearts that this is just a temporary situation. The moves they used were all ninjutsu, so they could suppress Nine Tails for a while. But it was wishful thinking to defeat Nine Tails. For this almost immortal-tailed beast, the best solution was still to seal him. Reporting to Hokage-sama, the sealing team is in place. A ninja suddenly appeared behind Watergate and reported to Watergate on one knee. Very good. 3 generations, and I will now try our best to restrict Nine Tails' activities. The ninjutsu team will suppress Nine Tails from a distance, and the sealing team will find an opportunity to seal Nine Tails. Watergate said, but he seemed to have a plan in mind. He waved his hand. He called the ninja kneeling next to him and whispered something in his ear. The ninja's expression changed, but he still bowed his head. He disappeared in a flash. 3 generations also came to 4 generations' side at this moment. What should I do now? After all, 3 generations had already abdicated, and they had to lower their attitude in front of Watergate. This was the basic respect for the position of Hokage. 3 generations, Sama, you and I will try our best to restrict Nine Tails' movements. 3 generations nodded, indicating that they understood. But after thinking about it, they opened their mouth and asked their doubts. Who are you going to seal Nine Tails on? Column Force's requirements are very strict. Your apprentice Rin was forced to seal Nine Tails because she didn't meet Column Force's requirements. In the end, Kakashi. The 3 generations did not continue, but the meaning behind their words was clear. To become a human Column Force, one's body, chakra, and other aspects were very demanding. It required a long selection process, and it was best to officially become a human Column Force at a young age. Only in this way could he adapt to the tailed beast chakra to the greatest extent and display the advantage of the human Column Force. 3 generations, please don't worry. I already have a plan for this matter. The candidate for the next Jinchuriki will be here soon. Watergate waved his hand, looking very calm. Three generations didn't say anything when they saw how confident Watergate was. Then, ninjutsu, shadow, clone jutsu. The three generations had a total of 20 doppelgangers. After seeing the three generations' actions, Watergate also understood the three generations' intentions. Good. Then I will also ninjutsu, shadow, clone jutsu. Watergate also had 20 shadow clones. Each of Watergate's doppelgangers stood beside the three generations' doppelgangers and grabbed the shoulders of the three generations' doppelgangers. One-hand seal, flying thunder, god jutsu. Watergate's signature ninjutsu was instantly released, and three generations' doppelgangers appeared in all directions of Ninetales. But how did the flying thunder god's mark spread around Ninetales? Watergate had been fighting with Ninetales for a long time before. The special flying thunder god's kunai were also scattered around the battlefield. At this moment, it was not a problem to take three generations' doppelgangers everywhere. Watergate and three generations' doppelgangers nodded to each other and began to stand on both sides of Ninetales' huge head. Behind, a loud shout came from the Watergate and reverberated throughout the battlefield. A special steel wire was shot out from the hands of three generations and Watergate and into the hands of the doppelgangers on the opposite side. Chakra was constantly wandering in the steel wire, activating the runes engraved on the steel wire. No matter what attribute the chakra was, it began to transform into lightning chakra with paralysis attribute at this moment. Although Ninetales' body was made of chakra, it still had flesh and blood. It would bleed and hurt. Naturally, it would also feel a sense of paralysis. The steel wire wrapped around Ninetales' body, as well as the constant lightning chakra, consumed Ninetales' stamina. For a moment, Ninetales' limbs went soft. He almost fell to the ground. Now, the fourth and three generations shouted at the same time. The sealing class finished their preparations and instantly opened the huge scrolls on their backs. One by one, the scrolls extended to a length that obviously did not match the width of the scroll. Following the guidance of the steel wire, it began to spread to Ninetales' body. The ninjas who were still using ninjutsu to suppress Ninetales' movement also stopped releasing ninjutsu. Instead, they spread out and stood behind the sealing class ninjas. Using their hands to transfer chakra to the sealing class ninjas was a huge consumption. The text on the scroll, wrapped around Ninetales' body, seemed to come alive under a large amount of chakra. It kept wandering around the area covered by the scroll. The text seemed to have a faint light. It showed how powerful the sealing technique was. Ninetales' body seemed to be shrinking visibly. Very good. Three generations. Sama, let's also do our best. Seeing that the situation was good, the fourth said to the three generations. The three generations is known as the ninjutsu professor, and Watergate's wife, Uzumaki Shinakushina, is the successor of the famous Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Both of them have a certain understanding of sealing technique, coupled with the huge chakra of the two Kage level. In an instant, the sealing speed of the sealing technique increased rapidly. In less than half an hour, Ninetales was compressed into a ball by the sealing technique. At this moment, the ninja who Watergate just whispered to also came to Watergate's side with a baby in his arms. The three generations used their eyesight to see the conspicuous golden hair in an instant. Watergate, that's your child who was born not long ago. You want to use him as the column force of Ninetales? The three generations were shocked for a moment. The most suitable physique to seal Ninetales was originally the physique of the Uzumaki clan. And the Uzumaki clan is now in decline, and their descendants are drifting in the ninja world. It was a coincidence that we with Leaf were able to find Shinakushina. And because Shinakushina was forcibly separated from the Ninetales, even with the tyrannical physique of the Uzumaki clan, her body can no longer withstand the resealing of Ninetales. So, now the only one who can seal Ninetales and become the column force is my child with Shinakushina. Watergate said slowly, but his tone was particularly firm. The sadness in his eyes can be seen, even by others. Becoming the column force means abandoning the life of an ordinary person, becoming a professional humanoid weapon, even with the care of Watergate and the 3 generations. The child will not become a brainwashed killing machine, but it won't be much better. Becoming the column force is a huge responsibility and burden. He had personally pushed his child onto this path of no return. As a father, the sadness in his heart was self-evident. Chapter 68. My child with Xianxia. Looking at his child in his arms, Watergate couldn't help but mutter to himself. Obviously, his eyes haven't opened yet, but Watergate felt that his child's eyes must be like the stars in the night sky, bright and shining. Dad, I've always been proud of being a ninja of Konoha. Even if I have encountered danger countless times and violated my heart countless times. But I have never regretted being a ninja. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled the swaddling cloth that had slipped off. Today, I will once again go against my own heart because I am a ninja. I will send my child on a road that is destined to be full of ups and downs. But Dad believes that you will be strong enough to make a world for yourself. If there is a reason, then it must be because you are the son of the 4th Hokage of Wood Leaf, Watergate. You are a son of flame who has inherited the will of fire of Wood Leaf. After Watergate finished this sentence, he turned his head, looking at the ninjas in the enchantment class. Now, start the 9 Tails sealing ceremony. A loud and clear voice instantly resounded through the sky. Every ninja in the enchantment class, as well as the ninja in the chakra class, was full of pride at this moment. This is the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails, the first of the 9-tailed beasts. Since the death of Konoha's first Hokage, no one has been able to suppress such a powerful existence. At this very moment, they were about to witness this historic moment. Even the calmest person was extremely agitated at this moment. Yes, yes, yes. The excited shouts of many ninjas instantly drowned out the struggling screams of 9 Tails. Everyone was so excited, because after this battle, the glory of defeating 9 Tails will accompany him for the rest of his life. But the louder the excited shouts around him, the more sad Yondame's heart was, using his son's life in exchange for the stability of Wood Leaf. As a father, how pitiful was that? Ninjutsu class, follow my chakra's guidance and begin sealing 9 Tails. However, the 4th generation couldn't say anything. Instead, he was more excited than anyone else. At the very least, he has to pretend to be more excited than anyone else, because Hokage doesn't represent himself, but the entire Wood Leaf Ninja Force. The desire of this group is the desire of Hokage. As long as they weren't mediocre people, they would be respected. They were all people who were forced by their responsibilities. Watergate increased the output of chakra and used his chakra as a marker. He guided the rest of the ninjas to seal 9 Tails. Since he had decided to let his son become column force, then he naturally had to do his best to fulfill the best conditions. The seal used by Watergate was based on the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan and Watergate's design. It was a super sealing technique called the 4-symbol seal. Using the power of the 4 symbols of heaven and earth to suppress everything. Slowly, 9 Tails, which was originally the size of a house, shrank even more at this moment. Just when 9 Tails was almost suppressed to the extreme, Watergate once again increased the output of chakra. Now, 9 Tails will turn from real to virtual and be sealed again. Hearing Watergate's words, many ninjas also desperately began to output their chakra. Child, Father will add an even more powerful weight to you. Biting the tip of his tongue, a sweet taste instantly spread in his mouth. Watergate used his tongue to carve a seal on his upper jaw. He opened his mouth, and a blood-colored streamer instantly penetrated the sphere formed by 9 Tails. This was a talisman that Watergate spent 10 years of his life to carve with his powerful chakra and deep understanding of sealing techniques. It was a gate that led to the depths of Nine Tails chakra. From then on, as long as Watergate's child can cultivate to the highest level, even if Nine Tails doesn't release his chakra to support column force, Watergate's child can forcibly extract Nine Tails chakra. From then on, Nine Tails consciousness will become a clay bodhisattva, which can only be seen but useless. Watching the sphere slowly become transparent, as if it turned into a transparent fiery glass. Watergate waved his hand and guided Nine Tails into his child's body with chakra. Furthermore, it was sealed tightly. After doing all this, Watergate spat a mouthful of blood to the sky. He fell to the ground weak. Master said that a child of prophecy will appear in this world. When the world is about to die, the child of shinobi will save the entire shinobi world. At one time, Master thought that I was the so-called child of prophecy. But it turns out that I'm not, because all I can do is to protect the peace of Woodleaf. I don't know who the real child of prophecy is, but he must be a member of the next generation of ninja. Master once wrote a novel. The name of the protagonist in the novel is Naruto. That's the ninja character I've always dreamed of. I hope that one day, my child can also become such a ninja. So, my child will be called Naruto from now on. After saying these words, Watergate fainted due to overexertion. Watergate! Watergate! Seeing Watergate fall to the ground, 3 generations lost their virginity for a moment. But then they began to shout Watergate's name and turned their heads and shouted, "Medical class, come here." After a long time, the medical class who dared to come checked Watergate's body. They said, reporting to 3 generations, Sama, Hokage-sama's body is fine. It's just excessive consumption, and it seems that he used a secret technique which consumed a lot of his lifespan. His body can't bear it, and he fainted under self-protection. As long as he takes good care of himself, he will naturally be fine. After listening to the report of the medical class, 3 generations instantly relaxed. But as if thinking of something, he asked, "Then what's the situation with Shinakushina?" When a medical ninja leader heard this question, his face instantly became bitter. The situation is very bad. Originally, as a human, Column Force wouldn't be able to survive after his tailed beast was forcibly extracted. But Shinakushina, Sama relied on her strong vitality and our medical class's full support. For the time being, we can only hold on to a glimmer of hope. If we want to recover, maybe. Hearing the medical ninja leader's hesitant answer, 3 generations felt a little irritated. "Say it. What do you need? I'll try my best. At all costs, we must save Shinakushina's life." After listening, the medical ninja's face didn't disappear. Medicine or something, for the current Shinakushina, Sama, it's not that useful. In the ninja world, there's only one person who can save Shinakushina, Sama. Although he didn't finish, the answer was already obvious. The key to saving Shinakushina is the Princess of Woodleaf, Tsunadeheim. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.